we're going to give them packs.
There we go. That's a good idea.
That's a good plan. To make it up to you, that's a plan, right? I'll always tell them, it's
Yeah.
always tell them we're doing it to be nice and not just no. It'll work. We're gonna make it
Yeah.
work. I think we're gonna get this to work for everyone. I think they can hear us. Probably
Hopefully.
we should be unmuted. I think we're unmuted.
People can. All right. 2 people. Excellent.
If 2 people can hear us, then that means at least 2 people can hear us.
All right. We are here.
I think that's the way it works, right?
Yep. 2 people can hear us. Everyone can hear us.
Or at least 2 people can hear us.
Well, it's representative. It's a representative sample.
All right. I think we got. All right. So I had to turn down the volume.
Okay. Well, that seems like that was Twitch's problem. Once
right.
wasn't us.
If it's actually not our problem, all right, we're gonna assume that this is working. Then it might even be true. Sorry about all the technical issues. It wouldn't be a Warbot stream if not for some kind of incompetence on my part relating to audio. So okay, I think we got it working. So where were we? Right. Welcome everyone. We are in fact here with Isidafo. I wasn't just making him up. He is a real person.
I'm here. I'm real-ish.
As real as we get in this day and age, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we do have we have the baseball reference set, so we've got a nice, what is this? About 70 cards or something we can go through.
It's 68, I believe, including all the extra stuff.
68. Not quite nice enough, but we'll go with it.
Yeah. They really should have released one more just to be nice to us, but
maybe there'll be one more LE, kind of just right at the end.
Yes, it's happened before.
Maybe we'll get one more released while we're on stream.
Yeah. I think actually one stream we got 2 released while we were on stream.
Well, if you stream long enough, Anyway, so we're here with Isidafo. So, to apologize for all of the audio stuff, we actually did, courtesy of OOTP, they're nice enough to actually let us do a pack giveaway. So what we're thinking we would do is we'd go ahead and put a prediction out there. Give everyone a chance to make your predictions about kind of where the ratings will come out and stuff like that. And then what we'll do is we'll go away and we'll give 5 packs to whoever ends up doing the best at predicting how things get rated. So, what the tiebreaker should be? Hold on, if you can add a tiebreaker question.
I can, sure.
The tiebreaker question should definitely be length of stream.
Oh yeah. Okay. I guess that's the 3rd tiebreaker now, unless we want to change one of the other ones.
Yeah, all right, we'll make it the 3rd tiebreaker. Why not?
Okay.
Just in case it comes up. So we're gonna put something up so that we've got some.
Maybe that should just be a regular question. It's not a tiebreaker. I like that one.
Maybe next time. So what we'll do is we'll put something in the chat if anybody wants to kind of fill out the prediction. We're intentionally not going to look at the predictions till the end of the stream, so so we hopefully it won't be too well rigged this time around.
Hopefully, yeah.
But yeah, if you got it ready, do you want to if you want to put a link in?
Let me just get the link again.
Oh, and you should probably send it.
Oh, I should do the.
You should probably.
Short URL.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then if you send the results to like a Google Sheet, then if you just share the sheet with me, then we can figure it out at the end.
Yeah. Oh, I can't post it because it's a link. Phenomenal. Nightbot. Okay, you can probably post it though, here.
Nightbot, our bitter enemy.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. You can post it. Yeah, I should be banned.
I really need to learn how to stream one of these days. You know.
Yeah. Well, at least we can say Nightbot does not pick and choose who it attacks. It is an equal opportunity enemy.
Yep. So real simple form, but we'll have a pack giveaway for whoever comes closest. So it's real simple. Just which is going to be the best card of the 68 we look at, which is going to be the worst card, and then when we go through the weekly tournaments, same deal. Which is the one we're going to most recommend, and which is the one that seems like least accessible. So we'll leave that up for a little while we start talking about cards. We'll probably close the prediction in a few cards from now.
Yeah, give everyone minutes.
You never know. Could be the answer is one of the first cards we talk about.
It's possible. You never know.
So that's one that we're going to do. The other one we'll do, maybe we'll start a few cards and then we'll do this, let people trickle in since we kind of accidentally kicked everybody off. But the other one we'll do is, since we are so bad at drafting on stream, we thought we would do one of these bounty drafts. So we'll give everyone a chance to win an extra 5 packs for knocking us out in the first round of a bounty draft.
Yeah, I guess maybe we could just close it after that's done.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. All right, so should we look at 1 or 2 cards and then we'll close the predictions and do the bounty draft and stuff? Is that a good plan?
Yeah, that seems fine. We can start with a couple of these. Maybe just the first 2 or 3.
All right, let me load something that's kind of got some cards in there. So kind of while we're getting started, any overall thoughts or impressions on the set that you wanted to share?
Well, I guess first off, I mean, all these cards are SE cards, which is going to be pretty relevant for these first 2. So that's that's going to change at least the SE cap quite a lot. We've got missions that go along with these. That use all these new cards and none of the old Baseball Reference 1. So I guess we'll see when we get missions with those. But it kind of looks like new cards are going to be in missions when they come out pretty often now. It's happened a few weeks, and it seems like kind of the way things are trending.
Yeah, it seems like most of the key missions are going to require something that drops the moment the mission comes out. That seems to be part of the design this year.
Yeah.
So if that's happening, is there a way you can think of that someone can kind of try to profit off that, or is it pretty much just you have to buy cards when they come out?
It's going to be very tough. I mean, I think maybe the only way to profit is to try to buy up a whole bunch of cards when they're released, hold them until like Tuesday or Wednesday of the next week when the supply goes away, but before the next week of spotlights come out, and then try to resell them then. But as soon as any number of people start doing that, it's going to become very, very difficult to profit that way.
Yeah, because especially there aren't that many people that are going to try to complete the missions the week they come out. So, if 3 people are speccing on 10 copies of a card, that's probably going to kill the whole market.
Yeah. I mean, most people probably, with the spotlight packs in particular, you're pretty incentivized to kind of try to finish the missions before the spotlight packs end, if you're trying to do them sort of close to release. So the number of people probably buying these cards, let's say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the following week, is going to be not so high, I would guess.
Yeah, possibly. I guess we haven't seen the pattern enough to try to figure out what people do, but that makes sense. Although on the other hand, usually Mondays when prices are at their highest, just because it's the new week and everyone's kind of excited about the league they just went into.
Yeah, there definitely is some of that. But yeah, as Gabagool Luigi saying, BREF 1 spec, didn't quite work out this week. It was not a profitable endeavor.
Makes sense, yeah. Although if if anyone has not yet gotten a Mathis, this is a really good time probably to do that.
This is an excellent time to get a Mathis. I would pretty much, in fact, I actually think I saw some for sale. Yeah, there are 6 up for sale right now, which is sort of shocking that anyone's selling them at $50K, to be honest.
There's 6, yeah.
But I guess probably actually the mission's cheaper than that now. So maybe actually it's a decent price.
So maybe the right spec is actually to buy just a bunch of copies of Mathis.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've seen what has happened to the prices of Eldred and Randall since our stream on Monday, but there are some pretty high buy orders up.
Oh, not that Eldred. That's a decent sized buy order.
Yeah. Yeah.
So does that make this card worth more than an Ichiro?
And there's a higher buy order for it right now than there's for Ichiro.
Huh. All right. So, all right. Well, so anyway, please go ahead if you want to win some packs, fill out the form. In the meantime,
yeah, we've got a couple responses in already, so.
Great. Oh yeah, I should get you to share the
oh yes.
Yeah, just anyway. All right. So Chris Cannizzaro. So our first card, 40 overall catcher, and just having another 40 overall special edition seems like it's really useful for a couple of the caps, especially especially the SE cap.
Yeah, I mean, so I think this card is going to be most useful for SE cap. You know, I have it worse than, in particular, Austin Hedges for just 40 overall catchers. So I don't think I'm going to play it in just kind of any open cap kind of things where I can play Hedges. But in, you know, historical era tournaments or in particular its SE cap, the card is quite strong.
Is the Iron Historical's not a cap, right? It's an open. I don't think I've ever.
Is not a cap, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I've ever managed to queue for that. Just because
there is also, I think, yeah, I have OC Shrekken Ghost also above this card, but that's a kind of very different profile of card, and in like cards where you can, in tournaments where you can play perfects, you probably rather Cannizzaro's catcher ability than Shrekken Ghost's that are bad.
Yeah, so I tend to. It seems like my model is a little bit more a fan of some of the catcher defense than yours. So let me see where I've got him. Yeah, okay, I've got Cannizzaro second behind Hedges. Although, just because of how much we like I don't hate running Frank Chance as a 40 either.
Yeah, Frank Chance is a fun card. I played him in a lot of stuff earlier in the cycle, and he sort of left most of the rosters. Just real that I should have clarified that most F tier cards is a individual card. Hopefully, no one has given the other answer. I can clarify that form. All right, here we go.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So Chris Cannizzaro. Yeah, the 79 catcher ability and 75 arm is at least going to be a pretty playable profile, even if the bats, you know, pretty much zero.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if there wasn't Austin Hedges, or if Austin Hedges is at some point not a 40, then probably Cannizzaro may get used. But with Hedges around, I don't think I'm going to use Cannizzaro in anything except for the SE cap.
Yeah, so here's the live. Here's the Hedges for comparison. Hedges even less of a bat, like significantly less of a bat.
At this point, I don't think we're probably too concerned about the bat. We just want the defense.
Did Hedges just get downgraded to 40?
I believe so. He was, I think, yeah, he was a 44 at some point, and then he wasn't playing much because Zunino was better. And now that he's a 40, oh no, he was a 40 last month too, I think. I'm not totally sure. There is also.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the gap between a card like this and the Roberto Perez that I've been running is sort of pretty big. So I think I'm usually
Yeah.
going to be willing to spend 5 points to go to
Yeah, I will
Perez.
too. I mean, the other thing I will say, there's a 41 Al Lopez who has really a lot of defense, who I like quite a bit better than any of these 40s.
Okay, so it sounds like basically what Cannizzaro is essentially is a player that's going to play in one specific tournament, but is actually a pretty important card in that tournament because it's been so hard to squeeze everybody onto the roster.
It's actually an extremely strong card in that tournament because previously, most people were playing Matt as a catcher, of course, in that, and then there was a 55 and a 60 for the next two lowest catchers. The 55 was absolutely horrendous. I mean, it's worse than this 40.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is probably a better card than the 55 Salvi Perez that people are playing.
And it's worse than the 60 Ted Simmons, but you're saving 20 points for a backup catcher. It's well worth it.
Okay, so he's basically one format. You're never drafting him, or I should say, you're never drafting him unless he's your 10th catcher.
Yeah. It probably, I guess it's like a C, maybe even, and maybe C or D probably. I mean, because it is very strong for that one format. It's a pretty inaccessible format, but
it is. All right, how about we give him a C/D for catcher for catcher defense?
Sure.
Because that's pretty much what we got here.
Pretty much. And then realistically, we can basically just duplicate this discussion for Emil Verban, who is filling pretty much the same role.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to try to go a little quicker, by the way, this time around, because we also wanted to get to some of the tournament formats. This Emil Verban, though, this has to be the most painful bat that I can recall seeing this cycle.
It's a pretty funny shaped bat. The card is really bad. I mean, you're never playing this in anything by choice, except for SE Cap, where you don't have a choice because it's saves you 3 points against.
I think I would rather play Bobby Richardson and pay 3 points to not have to play this bat.
3 points is a lot in that format.
But just so painful. Look at this. He has 118 avoid Ks in order to not be able to do anything with the ball.
Yeah, well, that's an issue. The bat is not good. The defense is mediocre, but the card says SC into the 47. So
why is this a 47, by the way?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. The thing is, actually, if this were a 40, it would be even stronger for SE Cap. It would be kind of a must-play then, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, there is Lenny Randall, who you kind of have to play that format, but there is no other backup infielder, so you're going to need someone else, and this is the next lowest one.
Yeah, I think I've ended up playing this Bobby Richardson just because it's what you've got, which is... The problem is it's a similarly bad-shaped bat.
Yeah, it's also... I mean, the defense is worse. Verban might be better. I really don't know.
Here's the thing. Bobby Richardson literally has twice as much power.
True. but he has a few less avoid K.
So he's better at both.
Yeah. He'll not strike out just as much as Verban does. No, I think Verban's like a D probably. I mean, he's not as essential as Cannizzaro, but it's still a card I think you probably want for
he is
Cap.
technically an upgrade. Okay, here's I think the actual question. Would you rather run this card, or would you rather play the 7 points somewhere else and only run 25 on your roster?
Well, I'm only running 25 on my roster with Verban.
24 then.
I think I'd rather pay the 7 because otherwise I don't have a backup infield. I mean, I have one infielder back in 3 positions.
Yeah, but he's a one position backup that you like. I'm really surprised that picture is holding the correct end of the bat.
I mean, I think the most surprising thing with the Void K is that his hands are so far down. You would think his hands would be like halfway up on the bat. But
yeah, wait, is that in his like a follow through? Hold on.
You're allowed to do that? I thought you just poke the ball foul.
Yeah, what kind of batting stance is that actually?
He's really going for it. I mean, it was always amazing to me that Astudillo took as big of a swing as he did and didn't strike out.
You know, I guess it's just a really good hand-eye coordination.
I guess.
Um,
No, I mean, I think it's probably a D.
He's got 6 power.
But there's a format where he's interesting and not horrid. Like,
No. Okay, interesting maybe, horrid definitely.
okay, I mean, the card itself is really bad. His potential for putting more good players on your roster is something.
We really have.
I think
This would have been my early candidate for the most F tier card if it weren't an SE.
On the ratings, it might be the winner. The thing, like, it actually sort of has a format where it's not terrible somehow.
All right. We'll let chat decide. Is the who's convinced you here? Is this a D or is this an F? So we'll see what chat thinks. And meanwhile, just a reminder again, you can win some packs if you want to predict how we do. I swear we're going to speed it up. We always claim this. See an F plus in the chat.
F plus. Okay, I'm okay with F.
I'm okay. You know what? I'm okay with F plus.
Yeah, F plus. I wouldn't just give it an SE. Maybe that's the right rating.
Because like if the SE cap ever were to disappear,
Oh, it's the worst. Yeah.
Then this immediately just becomes completely and utterly unplayable, right?
Yeah, of course.
So, all right.
I will say, like, this discussion, I think, shows how strong Randall is for that format, because Randall is better than this in 7 points less. Like, a lot better.
Randall's actually a playable card.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go on. How about Paul Casanova, who I actually might have... Does he actually have less eye than... Hold on.
He does have less eye than Cannizaro. He has more catcher defense.
He has less eye... No, he has less eye than Verban.
Oh, he has less eye than Verban, yeah. So Casanova is too many points to play an SE cap and doesn't play an iron, so it's an F.
So you do get 82 catcher ability. So
Yeah,
he's only like 40 points of catcher ability or something away from being competitive with Mathis. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we can move on with this one.
We can move on with this card.
I don't think this quite gets the F minus. He is an SE. He is actually better than the Salvi Perez we had, just because you're saving a few points and there is a real glove there. But
he has more eye than Salvi Perez.
Yeah, it's an upgrade of sorts. Ken Harvey. Let's look at Ken Harvey. Not Brian Harvey. There we go. Nope, still not Brian Harvey. Ken Harvey, continuing the theme of cards that don't have eye.
Yeah, this is just very much the wrong shape for iron. He's competing with Gehrig and Dunn and.
I mean, if you're going to be like a BABIP only card, I guess you're competing with Jimmy Ryan, but this isn't really close to competing with Jimmy Ryan.
No, it's not particularly close to Jimmy Ryan. I mean, you're losing what, 50 eye or something, 40 eye. I don't know. Like,
one of these cards, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can probably, in the interest of, we did actually want to get to a few of the other things this time around. Is it Mr. Audit's just giving it a no?
No.
no eye. All right.
No eye.
I think that's probably about right. So
yep.
If there's no eye, we'll give him an F. All right. How about Charlie Lee, who is a pitcher, so we don't have to worry about the eye.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently I have 2 of these. I should probably sell one.
Probably. So I will say Lee actually does have more eye than Casanova, I think. And Verban, I'm pretty sure.
You know what? Well, because there is an eye in Charlie, you see.
Yeah, that's it.
Um, yeah, he's also a better bunter than those cards.
Yeah, so you can he's a two-way player apparently.
If
Um,
only he were second base eligible.
yeah, it's true. Well, then he'd be too expensive. But
Okay.
no, I mean like so this is I have this as the best pitcher in Iron now, the best starter at least. I think I may have Davies of him, but certainly is the best pitcher or best starter. I would play this in bronze.
Yeah, I've got him as
Plays
the
in the
best
SC
just
cap.
pitcher overall as well.
Yeah, and this is for SE cap. This is another great card because previously, you're kind of playing a lot of bronzes, and now you can play a better iron. Yeah, just a really strong card. It's gonna play in a whole lot of stuff. It does find historical errors because it is good to have in control. There's really not much to not like about this card.
Yeah, and I think is as good as all the things that you mentioned about that card. Two other things to point out. First off, he's got reverse splits, which, again, it's just a nice bonus.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to play just fine against lefties. This also means you can run him out of the pen, eventually. You can run him out of the pen in bronze probably right now if you want to. I certainly would have played him in the bronze only that just fired, for example. And then also he's got 84 stamina. And, I mean, this is kind of the crazy thing, is that usually when I look at an iron card, I'm kind of starting off by saying that this card's iron because it's got some deep flaw. And then, are the things that it does well, good enough that we can build something around it? I'm not sure I see the flaw in this card.
Yeah, I mean the only issue I guess is that there are some very high power cards in iron. It doesn't have a ton of home run prevention, but I don't think it's a problem. I mean, Carmen Hill, for example, is basically the same profile but worse at everything, and he plays in iron.
No, but the thing is, who in iron has more home run prevention than this 63? So there's a Boughton, I think, that
Well, Lundgren is the main one, I guess.
Lundgren, but Lundgren has no control.
Lundgren is very low control.
So he has other. So he at least has other flaws to make up for.
Yeah.
The things he does really well.
Well, if Lundgren didn't have low control, it would be playing in silver. So
of course, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's usually what happens with iron is you're deciding which flaw are you willing to accept.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to find anywhere close to 5 iron starters that even have I see why you're saying that movement's the closest thing to a problem here, or at least home run prevention.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can even find 5 iron starters that have higher home run prevention.
No, I mean I'm sure you could pick some random guys that have nothing else, but yeah, I mean, no, this card really has nothing to not like about it. It's just very, very strong card. Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy S.
I agree. Yeah, I think this is one of the strongest cards of the set, and this is one that I certainly would be playing in bronze only, for example, right now if you were eligible.
Yep, I would as well.
And if I had remembered to update my lineup for that.
Well, that's a different problem.
Yeah. All right. How about Scott Pasednik? 2005. See, this is what kind of makes you feel old when you remember some of these. So
I guess
yeah.
That power is from the World Series home run, I guess. But I don't think he hit another one the whole season.
Nope. This is an even lower power card than Verban, but does have a little bit of eye. You're getting a really good base runner, and probably not that much else.
Yeah, I mean, this is another card that maybe is kind of SE cap only. But there, I think he's a little bit too expensive compared to something like Rob Ducey.
Yeah, I don't think you play him in an SE cap, at least if you have all the limited editions. I don't have Ducey, and I still wouldn't play him in SE cap. I think I would just pay up a little bit and do something else, like maybe run the iron version of Jackie Robinson for a few extra points or something like that.
Yeah, no, I generally agree with that. I mean, I don't think this card is going to play in iron, and because the defense is okay, the base running's something, but it just doesn't hit enough really. So
Yeah,
I think this one's an
I
F.
think that one's an F. All right. And finally, we got Bud Harrelson, who immediately looks interesting because of the glove.
Yeah,
So you're getting 91 range in an iron shortstop. Again, no power, but look, every one of these cards is going to have flaws because if they didn't have some flaw, they're not going to be iron. So to be 59 overall, something's got to be wrong with it. And a really weird bat profile. So
very weird bat profile. Yeah,
I wonder if he was kind of a part-time player the season they pulled this from or something to get splits that are that extreme.
yeah, I'm not sure. It's interesting. I guess we can look it up.
Yeah, what is this? 1971 Bud Harrelson?
Yeah, let's see. What is Mathis's flaws? His overall is 10 points too high. That's the problem.
Mathis's flaw is that he's not eligible for bronze only.
Yeah, that is a flaw. That is a flaw. What is it, 1971? No, he played pretty much a full season. It's just,
Okay.
I guess he
Just
had a weird.
just had really strange splits, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. My internet is being very slow, like usual. Yeah, very. Well, actually. It seems like you just. Hit righties a lot better than he hit lefties in this year.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that.
That's also impressive. So in a full season, he had 32 RBI, 28 stolen bases. I'm not sure I can ever think of having seen a player that played a full season and actually had more stolen bases than RBI. It's got to be almost impossible to do.
Yeah,
right?
that does seem very challenging. I mean, okay, you're probably gonna have to hit 9 or something.
Or eighth in an NL lineup, I assume.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, it's 1971. Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to hit, but you're still going to steal a lot of bases.
I guess eighth before the pitcher makes sense because you'd want to steal before the pitcher tries to bunt you over to third. That would make. Oh, Vince Coleman's a good one. That could be an answer.
No, but Vince Coleman was sort of high enough in the lineup that I assume he would have also knocked some runs.
Oh no, he definitely did it because he had 100. Yeah, all these 100 stolen base seasons.
Okay. Oh wow, he's not even. Okay, that's
Not even
actually
close,
ridiculous. 107 steals and 29 RBIs in a full season. Okay, I guess it's not as hard as I thought.
Juan Pierre did it a couple times, but Vince Coleman is by far. Juan Pierre is all pretty close. Vince Coleman is really extreme. I guess when you steal 110 bases, it's hard to keep up with that.
But I just feel like it's really difficult. I mean, he had how do you manage 670 plate appearances as, like someone that's in a decent enough lineup. And that was a pretty good team, right? I mean, those Cardinals teams, one of them went to the World Series, the others were,
Wait, hold on. How did he even do this? Okay, this season he attempted 135 stolen bases, and he had, what is this? Like 180 times on 180 singles plus walks. So he stole basically every time he got on first base.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
No, well, he might have stolen second and third.
I guess that's true. He could have stolen third some. Yeah, it doesn't slip that out, I guess.
All right. So I think the combination's not quite as hard as I made it out to be.
I guess not. Yeah.
So as for Bud Harrelson, this is the kind of bat where it's just nice to have a model because it's a weird looking profile.
Very weird. Yeah.
Having said that, as much as I like the glove, and you know how much I want to run defensive shortstops, I've got this card behind Pennington as a defensive shortstop by enough with, kind of in combination that I don't think he's playable. And I'm still going to play Jelly Jackson as a much better overall combination.
So I would play Jelly Jackson versus lefties, but not versus righties. So I have Harrelson as the best iron shortstop versus righties, but not versus lefties.
That's interesting because Pennington's also a switch hitter.
Well, my model just really wants the defense. It just wants to play Granny Hamner versus lefties.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Who
so
has
you,
a
so, so you
zero
just
bat.
100% want to just punt.
It just
you
wants
know,
defense. It
punt,
actually wants
punt the bat and just play
Yeah.
all the defense you can.
It wants Granny Hamner and Nick Ahmed, basically.
I see. Okay, I see. I
Actually,
figured my
here's what
model
I
was
thought.
was the more like aggressive at at trying to find a way to play defense.
No, it likes shortstop defense a lot.
I mean,
But
yeah.
I think Harrelson. I think I end up kind of liking Harrelson because before, when I was building iron, I always kind of felt like to me I had a choice if I want to play like the super defense shortstops or the hitting shortstops, and there was never anyone who kind of did both. And now we have shortstop that sort of does both ish.
Yeah. Well, let me just for comparison, let me put him up against Pennington because I think that's probably the closest comparison if you're gonna go all glove, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless you want, there's the Granny Hamner and Ollie Beard who have like 100 plus.
Okay, so defensively, although Harrelson has a higher shortstop rating, Pennington has 7 more points of range.
Yeah,
and I think
Pennington's a
that's
much
why
better
my model
shortstop.
likes Pennington better.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's definitely Pennington is a better. Let me see, actually.
If Pennington had a little bit of training at second or third, then I think I'd actually end up having him on most of my rosters.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I already played Pennington in a decent amount of cap stuff, especially like the OTP cap. Let's see.
Yeah, and if you compare the bat, then again it's kind of these funny splits, but I think the bats are going to be close to a wash. Neither's a good bat, even in iron, but I think it probably comes out about even.
Yeah, I have Pennington's defense a bit better and Harrelson's bat a bit better. It still really just kind of thinks Granny Hamner is good, despite the just no I.
I can't play a player without I in their name. If Granny Hamner, spelled Hamner with an I, I'd totally go for it.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think Harrelson is a kind of critical card, but I think he's somewhere in the mix at shortstop in iron.
I don't think I'm ever quite going to find somewhere to play him. I think between Jelly on the one hand, then Pennington giving me maybe even a little bit more but cheaper in caps, I don't think there's quite room for Harrelson.
Yeah, I wouldn't play Harrelson in caps. I think I would dare pick a cheaper shortstop. But in like just kind of open thing, I think Harrelson may find his way into a lineup at some point.
Yeah, because you're also gonna then be platooning a one position player, which is a little bit tough. Although maybe it's more doable in iron if you're willing to let Jimmy Ryan be an extra bullpen arm. You might have room for an extra platoon.
I don't know that I would need to platoon Harrelson. There aren't so many lefties in iron I'm scared of. I think I'd be happy to just let him play both ways, probably.
All right, so we get a little difference on this one. Where do we want to grade this card? Because I still end up giving it. I would still end up giving it an F because I just can't think of a place to play it. But it's like a good-looking F.
I think I'd probably give it a B.
All right, so let's maybe go somewhere in the middle there. Are you going to use it more or less than Cannizzaro?
More or less than. Well, I don't really play iron much, but if I played iron, I would use it more probably. No, actually, I don't know. Maybe still even less. Right. Yeah, I guess it's probably like it's probably pretty similar to Cannizzaro.
All right, so maybe give him a D for defense then.
Yeah, sure.
And if you play defense, then you can go for it.
Yeah, I don't think the card is terrible, but yeah.
No, it's a card that sort of looked interesting, and then just when I kind of try to grade it out, I can't find a place to use it.
Yeah.
Um, all right. So one more reminder to chat, by the way. We still have a pack giveaway, so you can make your predictions about kind of
I
what
guess
we're going to come up with on stream.
now that we've done the irons, maybe it's a good time to switch over to the
Yep, that's right.
bounty
And
draft.
we're going to do one
Yeah.
more. So also, what we're going to do is we're going to do a bounty draft. So let's see which one we want to do. I think I need to log into something else where we can draft. So we're gonna join one of the quick drafts, and if you are the ones to knock us out, hold on. Do I have no? I don't have a draft slot. I have some other slot.
Which, if the way we've drafted on stream is any indication, whoever plays us first is going to beat us.
Absolutely, no chance that that we actually get out of the first round. I think the way this has gone. So
Very unlikely.
I'll play the OTP or a cap. That one could fill. All right, let's pull up a bounty draft that we can do, and maybe we can even we'll put one more constraint on the clock. Should we give ourselves like maybe only 10 minutes to? All right, here we go.
Yeah.
It'll be this one, 267. You can see us joining 267. If you come knock us out, you get a bonus of 5 standard packs courtesy of OTP. Who are nice enough to let us do this.
Yeah, very nice of them to let us give the packs away. 68 cards, Mr. Audit. So we were a little behind pace, I think.
We're doing the best we can. I hope.
Yeah. We always say we're going to go faster, and we never do it.
All right, how about this? We're going to go fast on the draft. Let's give ourselves like a handicap. Should we do maybe like a 10-minute draft?
Yeah, we could do that. Or maybe don't look at the ratings.
Don't look at the ratings?
Yeah. Just test us how well we know the card pool.
All right. I think. Oh, that's gonna be horrible for trying to figure out like the pitcher BABIP of your iron.
Yeah. I don't know. You can't mouse over either. You just gotta know it.
All right, let's do it. All right. So we're not gonna put a clock on, but we have to remember the card pool.
Yeah.
All right. So again, just before we start, just to remind everybody, like to show you which one we're in. We just crashed. We are in the one. We are in the one. Well, you know what it is they since we're doing it on stream, they had to give us the rigged draft instead. So
Oh right. Yes. Well, we were enlightened yesterday in the Discord about that.
Yes. So we're trying to get the rigged version of the draft ready. As soon as this comes back up. And then I will remind everyone which draft we are in again. If you want to take us out for the bounty, it is in 267. You must kind of be in chat in order to be able to win the bounty. So hold on, this didn't pop up yet. There we go. Okay. So we are in this one, perfect draft 267. You can win 3 standard packs for winning the tournament, but you can win an extra 5 standard packs for knocking us out. And we will actually hopefully not crash, but we are not going to look at the card ratings. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And now we've got the streamer luck engaged for the draft for whatever that's going to be worth.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see it.
And at the end of this draft, we'll kind of close our giveaway, I think, for the other. So here we go. Let's see it, or rather not see it.
Okay,
I think we're clearly taking Jackie, right?
Don't need to look at the ratings for this.
Don't need to look at the ratings. If you got like 5 cards that don't have like a cool historical picture and one that does, go for the historical picture. We agree, Jackie?
Yeah,
all right.
Jackie.
We're going Jackie.
There really are not a lot of cards I would take over Jackie.
Well, it's probably Jackson Merrill, right?
I would normally say Jackson Merrill, but he has to play shortstop. It's probably still Jackson Merrill. It could be Billy Hamilton.
Hold on, Jackie could play third.
Oh, I don't like that. I'd rather play Merrill as short. Billy Hamilton doesn't seem horrible either. I'm happy with either of those two.
I'm thinking Jackson Merrill.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, we'll go Jackson Merrill.
Yep.
Should we show people the rating? I guess it shows people the ratings on the left, so we can.
Yes.
But we're not allowed to. Are we allowed to check if one of our live players plays an extra position? Or
No.
We're just stuck.
No.
All right. That sounds fair. Okay, so Gavin Williams. What I don't remember is how much stamina he has.
It's like.
I want to
80th,
say
I
it's. Yeah, I think
not
it's
horrible.
high enough to play, right?
Yeah, it's high enough. It's definitely high enough. It's higher than the FL1 feature. FL1.
Oh, sorry. My mind's forever that. So S rating, like S tier, basically like the best card we're going to talk about on stream, at least best, relative to the meta. So, for example, Jeff Mathis would be like an S tier card, even though he's 50 overall, because for his 50 overall, he's just incredible and he plays in every cap format in the game. So
he'd also be an S if he were at 80 overall, but that's.
Yes. I'd be running him in league. Actually, I am running him in league play, but so best card and worst card when we go through them from the 68 cards that came out this week.
Yeah, so it
that's
basically goes S.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically goes S is like strong. We'll play in lots and lots of stuff and will last a long time, and F is just unplayable right now. We won't put in any tournaments.
Yep. And it's the Baseball Reference 2 cards, plus, I guess, 4 PT Plus came out this week, and I think that was it.
Yeah, and the 4 special All-Star cards. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, the other ones that were released on stream, but were not Baseball Reference 2.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going Gavin Williams?
Yes.
No thought for Mike Grady and his, enormous eye, but no catching ability?
No.
Or this is modern, right? I can check the rules. This is modern.
You can check the rules. It is modern.
Best of 5. All right. Gavin will. Oh, okay. Here we go. Now that we see, he actually has 92 stamina. We did even better than we remembered. Okay. So next round. So Jessup's okay.
I would take Jessup and McDougal.
Padres maybe, or McDougal.
I think I would take Jessup and McDougal.
We could also go with JJ Poots.
Yeah, I think it's not horrible. I don't think Padres is as good as Jessup, and I don't think 2 starters make sense. So probably.
I don't know if I hate 2 starters, because McDougal's not a wonderful option at third.
Well, he's not. He's good one way.
Yeah.
The other way is really ugly, though. Yeah, okay. I could be convinced by those 2 starters also. I think we're definitely taking Jessup. I think we're always taking Jessup. He does have kind of low stamina.
So Crash. So just to be clear, we're going to do a TWIP draft later that will count for the pack giveaway. So this is just kind of a bounty thing. But if we get Jackie, we will draft him probably in the TWIP also. I think
unless we also get like Rogan and Garrick, but yeah, pretty much.
So what are we thinking? We're thinking, all right, definitely taking Jessup.
I think we're definitely taking Jessup, and then.
Yeah, I kind of like Padres. Yeah, all right, let's do Padres. All right, here. Now we can look at the card now that we've selected it. Yeah, it's kind of about what we remember.
Yeah.
And here's the McDougal we had talked about where. Yeah. All right. So what do we need? Need a good round is what we need. Okay, that is the wrong 86 overall Ted Kluszewski.
It is, but we have Ryan Howard, who's better than the other one also. So.
Okay, something in Howard, probably Bill Drake. I actually don't know what that Corey Dickerson looks like at all. Do you?
I have no idea, but I don't remember being up at all high when I was looking over the cards, so I'm guessing it's not what we want.
All right, Howard and Drake.
Yeah.
Like going Howard, Drake, and now let's take a look at Corey Dickerson real quick.
Sure.
Are we happy we didn't draft him? We would have been very unhappy if we drafted him. There is no I in Corey.
Good choice on that one.
In fact, while we're looking at this card, maybe I should just walk over to the ratings real quick.
Sure. Let's just.
I'll just put an F down for now, and we can come back and look at his eye or lack thereof later.
Yeah, I think that one's a pretty easy one.
Yes. All right. Off to a flying start here. All right. Well, so if we get Herb's score, that would give us like 5 solid starters and a best of 5.
Definitely taking score.
Now, here's the really tough decision. I'm going to argue really strongly for Marcus Giles.
I don't know
Even
where
though
we're play
we've
him,
got
though.
Jackie. And you're probably
Yeah.
going to argue really strongly for Richie Sexton, and you're going to be right.
Actually, I'm not sure I want Sexton because we have first baseman 2. I might take Billy Wagner.
I could see that. All right, we're definitely taking Herb's score. Let's start with that, right?
That would take Herb score. I have no clue what Bo Naylor looks like.
I remember him being a decent enough bat, but kind of nothing playable at catcher.
Okay.
I really want to take Marcus Giles if we could find. He only plays second.
Yeah, that's the problem. So then Jackie has to play third then because we already have first. Jackie plays left, I think, but that seems
No,
bad.
but Jackie has a lot of defensive value. So okay,
Okay,
maybe
we could take Hank Lieber to DH. That doesn't seem.
Okay, I
worse.
think if we're gonna DH, you take Sexton though. It's probably
No,
a
that's
bigger
probably
bat.
true. That's probably true.
So maybe
Yeah.
we take Sexton.
Yeah, I think I'd go for Sexton or Wagner.
Jimmy Williams is also like no power, but not a bad
No,
card.
Jimmy Williams I don't like that card.
All right, Sexton.
Yeah, I'm fine with Sexton. He's
All right.
better. He's good defense too. Howard's defense. It'll be better defense.
Oh,
than
that's
Howard.
true. You play Sexton at first and then DH Howard. All
Oh, I
right,
did not know Sexton had a 25 in left field. That's
good to know.
good to know.
Um,
Okay,
the scary thing is this is probably the best draft we've ever done on stream.
yeah.
Um,
This is actually not so bad right now. Okay, I think this is Zanino AG.
it's not a great Zanino.
No, it's not.
So Millwood has a halfway decent shape as well.
He does, but we already have 5 starters.
Yeah, I'd run him out of the pen. I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
I don't love AG.
I don't either. His defense is okay, but he doesn't play left. I'm pretty sure.
Floyd's not a bad option in right. He only plays right, I think.
I don't remember Floyd.
I remember him as being decent, but then a little worse than Larry Walker, and so he was never quite in the meta.
Okay, that's quite possible. I think Zunino is. I definitely want Zunino.
Let's take Zanino. Yeah, we're taking Zanino.
We should no. Drew Hutchison. That sounds like a torturous endeavor.
Which Drew Hutchison?
The
We should be
62.
required to draft Drew Hutchison. Oh, come on. We're already handicapping ourselves by not looking at the cards.
I can give people a hint for the quiz. If Drew Hutchison was on the list of cards, that would win the most F tier.
Yes. Hesketh is
think
also sort of playable.
Yeah, I think Millwood's better than Hesketh. I mean, we have no outfielders, so that's sort of why I want AG. But
How about Cliff Floyd then? I mean,
sure, I don't know what that card looks like. But if you're telling me it's sort of Larry
I'm
Walker,
pretty
it's
sure I
probably better.
remember it being like Larry Walker, but 70 instead of 72. I could be misremembering the card.
Okay, let's try it.
Let's find out. It is not quite as good defensively as I remembered, but the bat's fine.
It's okay. I think AG was probably better, but it's
AG,
fine.
for comparison, here's what we passed up. I think we should have passed on both of them.
Yeah,
I think we should have taken Millwood.
Yeah. All right. Well, live and learn.
All right, so we're clearly taking Drew Romo.
Yeah, and we DH. Oh, we can't DH Zunino. Oh, we can play Sexton in left field. That's what we're doing. Okay.
Wait, what was it? What was Sexton?
25 left field.
Um.
And then I think maybe Justin Upton. Play right.
Oh, I was gonna say maybe you take money and that just
Oh, we
sort
have
of solves
Floyd,
all
that's
the
right.
infield problems.
I guess that's true. You can play third. Yeah, that's actually probably right. That's better. I forgot we could draft Floyd.
Yeah, let's go with money. Is that good?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good.
We need some outfielders.
Yep.
Meanwhile, by the way, I'm curious who everyone in chat's playing against us. Did anyone else have a good draft going? Let's see. All right.
That Ron LaFleur is a lot of speed.
Yeah, but
And BABIP,
don't you have to get on base to, you know, be able to run the bases?
well, that's a minor problem.
Cashner's fine. Pazos is fine.
Oh, doesn't Castner have like no pitcher BABIP?
Oh, am I thinking of
I think Pazos is good.
Pazos
I
is
don't-
good? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Harris also
How about
think is fine.
Pazos and Harris? Just I don't really
Sure.
like any of the cards here, unless you.
Harrison, I think is okay, but we already have a lot of infielders.
All right, let's do Pazos and Harris. We're at least gonna outpitch people.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Harrison. I mean, there's no I in
It
Josh.
is no I, but it has a lot of everything else.
Yeah.
So I think it ends up being an okay card, but I guess we'll get to him later.
Fred Lynn and Ty
Oh.
Cobb. That's not bad.
This is a really easy one. I don't think there's going to be any
I'm looking
disagreement
at
here.
Bancroft here. I haven't even looked yet. All right. Well, the only
really think-
the only disagreement is I'm kind of frustrated we don't get to draft Fukudome or possibly like Devon White, but we don't.
No, there's not really much choice here. We got maybe the best wild card.
which Dink and Shiggy do you want to draft?
Yeah.
Is it Dink
couldn't
and
you get a
Shiggy
better-
or is it Shiggy and Dink?
Okay, is there a better bronze round than this? I don't know. This might be the best possible bronze round.
Maybe Giolito? Dink, oh,
Maybe.
Dink, by the way, probably is our left fielder now.
Dink is definitely our left fielder. Yeah, I don't know that there's a better bronze round than this.
So what's the backup plan if we win the tournament?
I think we get the packs for ourselves.
All right. I think,
No, we'll just give it. We'll just give it a second place. Or
if we win the tournament,
or
we're not going to win the tournament. If we win the tournament,
No.
we'll find somebody else to, you know.
Okay, we need some outfielders.
Rob Deer in the headlights asking what we mean by a good draft. We need some outfielders, so we're looking at what? Jody Reed and Randy Hundley are the two best cards
Those
in
are
here.
definitely the two best cards, but we don't need either of those cards.
Okay, so Dink is an outfielder.
Dink is definitely an outfielder. Dink's our left fielder. We need a
Are
center
we allowed to
fielder.
look at the cards we've drafted?
I guess that's probably fine.
So, what does Sexton actually do in left? Is he
He's
at all?
25.
Oh, he's a fully no. But I wasn't sure as whether he trains up. No, he's actually
No, he's the
he's
25.
actually
Oh,
25
Otter-
range in the outfield, 30
Mr. Otter with
arm.
the helpful tip: most live pitchers can play in the outfield without training. That might be good to know.
I didn't know that actually.
Okay, no, I think we just take like Aoki and someone else.
All right. You know what?
Maybe Aoki and Reed.
I think you take Reed anyway because Dink's going to be an outfielder, and
Yeah.
you can never have too many people that are capable of playing second base.
And then whichever of these outfielders you think is the least bad.
Probably Aoki.
Probably.
All right, let's do it.
It could be Vierling. I don't remember what that card looks like after the library rates. So
So here's our challenge. We have now drafted 5 second basemen.
oh wow.
Our challenge is, can you beat that? Can you draft more second base? And we're about to draft a 6th, I think.
Is he listed? Oh, he's listed as third.
Yeah, but Malarker plays outfield, right?
He
So
does,
I think
yeah.
we're going to draft him as an outfielder, but that's a 6th second baseman.
I think I want Key and Malarker.
I think probably Key, right? Yeah, I think we completely agree. Key, Malarker. Malarker is actually going to be a left fielder for us. Do we have any center fielders right now?
Yeah, Dink's playing
Dink technically plays center. Dink is our center fielder.
Dink is a center fielder. We might as well just put Sexton left at this point.
just the way this has gone.
Yeah.
All right, we're up to 6. We're up to 6 second basemen. Can anybody get more second basemen on their roster than we can?
Okay, I like actually Jankowski. I think is a pretty good live. So.
And I agree. And we need outfield. And I'm actually pretty happy to have Pache just as a backup plan.
I think I would take both of those.
So Pache, I think the re-rate actually gave him a little bit of a bat, didn't it?
Yeah, well, to the extent that he has. I mean, it's more bat than he had before, but.
Yeah. And then we probably want 3 pitchers, although we sort of have to take Dick Egan just for the memes.
Yeah, we could do that.
All right.
I mean, I have no idea what these live pitchers are, so I know Plunk is one
I know
of
what
the
Plunk
decent
is.
floaties.
Yeah. Silvino Bracco, I think, might be new. I don't think I've seen that card before.
Yeah, I have no idea. These lives, I don't know any of these lives pitchers.
So if we've never seen the card, okay, let's take Plunk to be safe, right?
Yeah, I think we take Plunk because we know Plunk at least is decent.
Did you roll the dice with one of the new ones that we've never seen?
I haven't seen any of these. So
Zach Liddell I've seen and remember not being great.
okay, then yeah, let's roll the dice. They're all listed as reliever.
Let's see. Audio
So
World
that's-
only has 4 shortstops.
That's pretty good.
Rob Deere only has 1 second baseman.
I think we have 5 shortstops though, so you're a little behind.
Yeah, we're ahead on shortstops as well. All right. We'll try Bracco, and now that we've picked him, I'm just curious. All right, you know what?
All right, not bad. That's actually pretty
that's
good.
fine.
It's actually pretty good.
All right, and now do we take a 12th pitcher like we should, or do we take Dick Egan for the memes?
I think we take Dick Egan. That's 7 second basemen and 6 shortstops.
I mean, just think of the depth chart.
Yeah, it'll be great. I've never seen that many.
You know, most second basemen win, right?
Yeah.
All right, Dick
That's
Egan
ever-
it is. Oh wait, he also plays short.
Yes. I think I played him at some point in the high iron floor cap.
Oh, this is going to be great. All right, I'll just throw some kind of cap strategy in here.
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone that said Cap Anson is not an OOTP, notice there is Cap Anson right there. He's not allowed. He's not a card, but he is allowed to manage. We may be 1 pitcher short.
Maybe. I just jack up the hook.
But on the other hand, look at the depth chart we've got at second base. I don't think we want defensive subs probably in in anything like this.
Oh, it didn't
So
put
we're-
Sexton in left. I'm disappointed.
No, see, Cliff Floyd can sort of play. I think this is actually.
It's probably. I mean, it's definitely not the right thing to do, but it would be pretty funny.
Let's go with it. Let's go with it.
Yeah. It's good enough.
You know, and just for the challenge, I want to point out we have 7 second basemen on the roster. We have 5 shortstops.
I miscounted one. Who didn't? I thought the first one that didn't.
Wait,
I thought there
we-
was 6.
actually,
I miscounted someone.
Oh, Dink doesn't play short. He only plays like.
Oh, right.
Dink
I
plays
forgot that.
literally everything but short.
Anything but short. Yeah. Oh well. Well, he's a center fielder, so he's got
Okay,
other.
but
duties.
we do have 7 second basemen,
We do have 7 second basemen.
and most second baseman wins, right?
Yep. Indeed.
So
I bet we will have the most of anyone in this draft.
you know what? I'll just say right now, if anyone has more second basemen than we do in this draft, let us know. We will figure out a way to to get you something. And who are we losing to in round 1?
I know.
We are up against EV's baseball.
Oh, I see some good cards. Good starters.
That Randy,
here.
I like that Randy Jones.
Yeah. And Vita Blue.
And the best player in OTP that begins with an X.
Probably. There is also the Xavier whatever, Edwards.
Yeah.
And-
And there's that Bogarts that's a really bad shape for.
That's a Bogarts is terrible.
Yeah.
It's Montedon. All right. Good luck, Montedon.
Good luck. I think you have a pretty good build. Who was your perfect? It was. Let me see what they were.
Stearns, it looks like.
Turkey. I don't love the Beltray or Flood though. I think our Diamond
No.
Round might have been pretty good.
The Diamond rounds did look better than this.
I think we got a shot. We got a
Give it
shot.
a shot.
But
Silver-
most importantly, you will notice they only have 3 second basemen on the roster.
Yeah, it's an insufficient number.
So
that's cool. No, they're going to run out. I mean,
they're going to run out of second baseman after like 2
Yeah.
games, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mac Eggleston actually plays every position. So
Yeah. No, it's funny. He's one of a couple cards we've had this cycle where they play every single position and they actually are listed at their worst position.
yeah, I was Albert Melton was the other one, I think.
There was also why am I blanking on the card now? One of the really good Negro League perfect, Digo.
Oh yes,
It's listed at
Yeah, he's
short,
at
and that's
short.
probably the one position you don't want him playing.
yeah.
So T-Chuck up to 6. So we are the clubhouse leaders with 7 second basemen.
All right, well, we got 16 responses in for the.
All right,
the
we'll
surveys, so-
check back in on that. I think we're going to close the survey. One
Yep.
last shot for everyone. If you want to fill out the survey, chance to win some packs.
You have until I figure out how to close it, which could take a bit because I don't know where it is.
And I just got another slot back. We're just getting slots, left and right. That's probably not something to be proud of. But
Not ideal. No.
and we got 2 hours to draft our TWIP team, so
All right, we got to speed up. Probably.
we're gonna speed up. Let's do this. So let us know when you figured out how to close it, and we'll give everyone a last countdown.
Nope. I'm still searching. It's got to be pretty easy, but somehow I
If
can't
you go to
find it.
where you went to edit the form, I think there's something right at the top of the page. There's a little slider.
There is.
Should be.
See a lot of other things, and not that. Huh. All right. Well, I'll figure it out. We can keep going.
Okay, we can just say entries will be closed.
Entries will be closed eventually.
Okay, one sec. I'll send you something to show you how to.
I swear I've done this before.
Okay, if you go to the place where you would edit questions,
Yeah.
right at the top of that, there should be just a little checkbox.
I see a settings, but the settings doesn't seem to have anything that lets me turn it off.
Quick responses, and then under accepting responses, there's a slider. I got it. Okay, we got it.
I was trying to avoid clicking on that tab, so I didn't see the actual responses.
I see.
I didn't look.
So
All right, it's now closed.
it is now closed. Okay. Responses are closed, so we won't peak though until the end.
We got 17 in.
Great. So let's do this. Where were we? We were gonna look at some bronzes, right?
Yes.
Devin White. He's had some really good defensive cards in the past, and this is a card with 98 range. Good base running, but there's no I in Devon, is there?
No, there's no I. It's unfortunate he doesn't play right field because in the past he has had cards that have played right field. But yeah, I mean, I think this is just kind of worse than like Carden Gillenwater, Fielder Jones, or any of those kind of players.
Are you going to run this card in a bronze floor cap? Because that's a fairly tight cap.
Probably.
I still think I might run Gomez instead. Actually, what I'm really doing is running Fukudome and paying 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, he might be someone I'm throwing on my roster as like a defensive replacement because the bronze floor cap is 966. So there's plenty of roster space.
Yeah.
So yeah, he might sneak on there at some point, but that's it. He's not going to.
I don't think he even plays that because I think you pay the extra point probably. Yeah, I think this one is probably just an F then, isn't it?
I think it's probably still an F, even if it has some marginal playability as like a defensive replacement.
That's what I was going to do. I remember we noticed I had an extra Charlie Lee. If anyone in the chat was looking for one, we can.
Let's see how much we've driven up the price so far. No, not that much. Okay.
Okay, no, there's some good ones on the market. All right, if for whatever reason we run out, someone let me know, and I'll post one if anyone in the chat needs them. All right. How about Shiggy?
Rob, deer in the headlights. It's real this time. We are going to really speed up this time. We mean it now.
We totally intend to speed up.
Yeah, we drafted this guy.
I think this may just be the best pitcher in bronze right now at 60.
I have it as the best pitcher in bronze. I have it as a playable pitcher in silver. I have it not that far from being playable in gold.
I would have played him in the low silver today if I had like taken the time to set rosters.
Yeah, I did play him in low silver. My team didn't do well, but I didn't check how he did. Yeah, it's just a very, very strong bronze.
The other thing
Bronze
is,
four,
the other thing is he's a
30
reliever, but 25 stamina for a reliever is really nice, and you get 75 hold runners from a righty.
Yeah, and I mean, if you go back in eras, this stuff stopped becoming an issue, and he's going to be like he's going to play way up in some kind of dead ball thing or whatever.
Yeah, this is like the Robin Roberts level low bronze, and he's got reverse splits.
Yes, light reverse splits, very nice.
So this just hits like everything the model wants.
Yeah, it does pretty much everything. I mean, some more stuff would be great, but then he wouldn't be a bronze. So,
but you don't need more stuff. If every ball in play is an out, and you don't walk any ball, and you don't give up home runs, so they're all just like it's a ground ball pitcher. So all stuff is doing is boring your middle infielders.
Yeah, no, I mean the card is very, very good. It's
so
I think it's a pretty clear S.
At least an S tier card. I wonder if it's better than that even, except that it's tough to kind of give a reliever something a lot better than that because relievers still end up being fungible.
If this was a starter, I think it would be basically an S plus.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, as a reliever, I don't think it quite makes it to that high.
I think it's at least an S though.
Definitely at least an S.
He's going to be in like every bronze floor cap. I mean, there are a lot of formats that this just is a necessary card in, I think.
Yep, pretty much. This is definitely one that is worth going out and getting quickly. I'm sure he will return his value even at 2K in not that long, couple days, I would think.
Yeah. All right, we'll give him an S.
Yeah, S for Shiggy.
All right, how about Brian LaHare? So what have we got? We've got a first baseman. He plays right, but he really isn't a right fielder. And actually, with that infield range, he's probably a DH.
Yeah, it's just mostly DH only, and the bat isn't there, so it's just not going to play.
He has low avoid K. That's good.
Yeah, well, we could move the other 37 over to I might be more interested.
If you give him like 0 avoid K and move it all to I think you're right.
Actually, I wonder what would happen if we had a 0 avoid K card. I really don't know. I don't think we ever had one.
Yeah, what's the lowest avoid K in the database? Let me see if I can. Here we go. Avoid K. But that's sorting high to low. I don't have a way of sorting low to high.
Hold on, I can get it. The lowest, but we don't want a pitcher, right?
Don't want a pitcher. Yeah, it got to be a hitter.
Hold on, why is this? Oh, wait. The lowest is, well, this is not really a shocker, Dave Kingman.
Oh, you mean like the best card in the game?
Yeah.
So I think the answer is you can do just fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he is 17. 0 is a different story, but.
But LaHare, I don't see what to do with.
Nope. Not gonna play anywhere.
All right, so I think we can give him an F and move on.
Absolutely.
How about Chris Capuano? So, big control guy. Has some stuff and some control, which is kind of an interesting shape. 89 stamina is nice if he would be runnable as a starter. But he has no pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, everything except the pitcher BABIP is pretty nice on this, and then the pitcher BABIP makes the card unplayable.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the answer, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't really think of a way, and even in an early era, you're going to have the same problem with him, won't we?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's probably one of the better 62s, but that doesn't really give you much.
All right, then let's move on to Henry Rodriguez, who similarly, if it were Henri Rodriguez, as Laptop Hound pointed out to me yesterday, Henri Rodriguez would probably, be very playable.
Yeah.
Henry, though, without the eye, he's got power. He's got gap power.
There's a whole lot of power, and there's not a whole lot else. And there are bronzes that have more than just a lot of power. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather run Joey Gallo, who has power and eye.
Absolutely. And real defense.
Yes. Yeah, Gallo actually even got 2 points cheaper in this last update.
Yeah. Well, both Gallos. I mean, I think I would actually play both Gallos on a bronze roster if I could.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, picking which Gallo you want to play is not so easy.
I think it got easier now because for a cap, the 64 is that much better.
Yeah, for a cap, but like for open bronze, I don't think it's clear which one you want.
Yeah, I used to say the answer is you take the third baseman, but as we figured out, they can both play third.
Yeah. True.
All right. How about Jose Lopez? So, again, no eye in Jose.
No eye in Jose.
No power in Jose.
No power, not really a ton of defense. Not really going to play anywhere.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
that one's,
and also, wait, so if you have no power, no eye, and no defense, how is this as far as like our F minuses? Is this actually worse than?
I don't think it's an F minus. I mean, versus lefties, maybe it might hit some singles and doubles. I feel like F minus is like Eddie Taubin C level cards.
That's true. I mean, that Henry Rodriguez is also pretty bad, to be fair.
Yeah, I think this is just a regular F.
But Henry Rodriguez at least has some redeeming feature in the power, right?
Sort of.
He's got one positive feature. He swings hard, and occasionally he makes contact.
Yeah, very occasionally.
He's like one of those guys, going up there, with like a table leg or something. If you happen to hit it, it's going to go somewhere.
Yeah, Norm Cash style.
I don't quite see the redeeming feature for Jose Lopez.
Yeah, there isn't. Well, I mean, okay, I think the reason that I wouldn't give him an F minus is because I think there's a real F minus that's going to be coming on later on in the stream.
Okay, you have a good point.
Yeah.
All right, how about Aaron Cook? He's great home run prevention, great control, really good hole runners for a righty.
Yeah, so I mean, I think sometimes you can survive low PBAB if you have a lot of stuff, but he has no stuff either.
Right.
So it just ends up, it's just going to give up a million hits and
yeah, I tend to be a little more willing to tolerate something like that. I mean, the same way that actually my model doesn't have Capuano as being like a complete disaster.
No, I don't know if Capuano is a disaster. I just have him kind of far enough away from the meta that I don't think I'll ever use him.
Yeah, and I think that's the same thing here. That
I have Cook as much more of a disaster than Capuano, but
yeah, because I sort of see stuff plus. I sort of see pitcher BABIP plus control. Like as a combination, you've got to stop runners from getting on base.
Yeah, I guess sort of. What my model seems to think is that if you do not have PBABIP, you need a lot of stuff. If you don't have either, you're just going to be bad no matter what the rest of your card looks like.
I think if he had like another 20 points of control. So I'll give you an example of a card that I don't think is, was a complete disaster. Was Yeah, this Blyer. If this Blyer had been bronze eligible, I think I would try to run it.
I can check. I'm pretty sure my model hates that card. Let's see. Just change my thing to.
Because you get so much control that I think it ends up being okay. He's going to give up a lot of singles, but
no, my
but they're going to be singles.
Yeah, it says he's like unplayable in iron, basically.
Yeah, my model is more willing to try it. The one that I think is definitely the most frustrating we see in drafts actually is this Darwinzon Hernandez.
Yeah, this is a pretty funny card. This was the card that I used this card a lot at the start of the game to try to test the engine out.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, it wasn't any good, of course.
All right. Well, Cook I think definitely gets an F. All right. How about Shea Hillenbrand? Card I remember, or at least the player I kind of remember, maybe more fondly than I should. Looking back at his stats.
Yeah.
And there's no I in Shea.
No. The rest of the card is decent.
Yeah, if he had some I, maybe, or a lot of power, but really would have to be a lot of power.
Yeah. So I don't think this ends up playing anywhere.
I don't think it would have mattered if he were low bronze either. I think just the shape completely breaks it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have made a difference. Just the lack of I like pretty much the rest of the stuff about the card, but
so I think the main thing we're learning is that whoever was selecting all-star teams, about 20 years ago, had no idea that it was important to get on base.
It seems that way. I guess that makes sense though.
Because
right?
they just picked like the people that had counting stats, and walks weren't good counting stats.
Yeah. Well, I guess even for a long time at the start of the game, walks weren't even seen as something that the batter did. It was all just the pitcher. The batter wasn't even really given credit for walking.
Yeah.
And it seems like that, like a lot. It's sort of interesting how a lot of the sort of like misconceptions from early baseball carried on for such a long time. People didn't realize they were sort of not really describing the game well for quite a while.
Like getting on base was good.
Like getting on base was good. That making errors is actually not so bad. That wins and saves are not really worth much. But I guess saves are more recent.
Makes sense. All right. How about Stephen Vogt? So we are trying to speed up because we know we have to get to the tournament stuff here.
Yeah.
So Stephen Vogt, we've got a catcher who does have eye.
Yeah.
Not a lot of catcher ability.
No. I have this as the best of the hitting catchers, like the offense first catchers in bronze, but a lot worse than the defense first catchers. So I'm not going to end up playing him. I don't think. Maybe in some kind of historical era thing.
I have him as second best if you're willing to count Dink as a catcher, like of the offense catchers.
Oh yeah, if you're willing to count Dink, but I think most of the time I'm going to want to play Dink somewhere that's not catcher.
I think that's right. Yeah. So I think I've got the same thing, but that still puts him somewhere around 10th of, as far as actual catcher options.
I can see maybe playing this in like a, 1960 or 1970 era tournament.
So the power is not as important. Counts for a little bit because you don't want the power completely nerfed.
Maybe you can do it then, but
here's the problem.
Even there,
here's the problem, though. Okay, the problem is that Jeff Mathis has like 76 I.
Well, yes, that Mathis and Petway probably combined to make this card worthless and everything.
Yeah, because the problem is that Mathis and Petway have a bat that's, it's worse than this, but it's close enough to as good as this that by the time you get back to an era where the catcher ability doesn't matter so much, his power also goes away and you still would rather play them.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably right. I'm guessing that, in 60s or 70s, this is not going to be like terribly far, but it's still probably worse. So I think it's still enough.
I think that's right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. How about Mike Boddicker? It's funny. I remember Boddicker. Didn't he even start the All-Star game? Maybe that was a few years later. Maybe that wasn't 84.
Oh, there was someone that Dish talked about on stream who started the All Star game. Maybe it was him. Could be, right? Let's see, 1984.
Yeah, okay, so 84, I see. She had a
Oh.
2.79 ERA, went 20-11 to lead the league, fourth in Cy Young voting, 25th in MVP voting, but his FIP was almost 4.
Well, the '84 was not started by Boddicker, but it was started by Charlie Lee for the National League. So maybe that's what we were remembering.
Okay, but I could have sworn I remembered Boddicker. I must just misremember then. Yeah.
I mean, he may have at some point. I guess it wasn't that season.
Anyway, as for the card, so you have a ton of pitcher BABIP, so that's always going to get us interested. You have 86 stamina, so those are the good things. I actually still don't find there to be quite enough on this card that I want to run him though.
So,
Like I've
It's
got
sort of-
him somewhere around 10th in bronze starters, and then so if you convert him out of the pen, he's right around 12th or 13th, so you could run him.
I have him. Let's see. Counting is hard. 1, 2, 3. I have him 6th in bronze as a starter. The thing is, I do have him behind Charlie Lee. So in bronze only, I think he is in the mix as a starter.
Yeah, I have him a little bit. I have him a little bit lower, just because kind of the other FIP components. He's just not as good as I'm trying to think of a good like comparison. So maybe the comparison would be a card like Larry Cheney.
Yeah, maybe even like you know what? Yeah, Larry Cheney's probably decent. Maybe Ted Lilly. I guess Ted Lilly is a little different, but it's somewhat similar.
Sorry, not Tom Cheney. Here we go. Larry Cheney. So this Cheney also has reverse splits, even stronger reverse splits, and at least in bronze, I end up having this card grayed out a little bit ahead because like the stuff seems to be worth a little more.
Yeah, I have them about the same.
They're close, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think Boddicker's sort of somewhere in the bullpen back of the rotation kind of mix in bronze.
Okay, so that puts him about a C.
Yeah, probably something like that. I mean, in bronze only he gets a bit better because there are a handful of irons I have better than him, so then he sort of jumps up a bit to a card that you kind of want. But I think it's still probably a C because he'll be replaced fairly quickly, I imagine.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I don't think it's a critical card to go out and get, but if you have one, you might play him in a few things.
Yeah.
All right, Damian Easley, who does have an I in his name, but not really in the profile.
Not so much. Yeah, there's really no bat here at all.
So you're getting 80 range, which is not something you'd look at short. Are you willing to look at this card at all at second base?
I don't think so because this is another card that you only want to play versus lefties, and then you're just playing Jerry Pretty then, if that's what you want.
Yeah, I think I'd also rather run, DeRosa or
Yeah.
or run Alisei if you want a little better glove. Certainly, you can run Pretty if you're running him one way.
Yeah, I think even Jody Reed, I prefer to this.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you're going to play him. You just
No.
all these cards just need more eye, I think, to be playable. So
Many of them,
clearly,
yes.
what we're learning is we really disagree with all-star voters of of that era.
Apparently.
So yeah, that makes sense. All right, Rolando Arroyo. See, we're already up to the silvers. We're doing well.
We are. It is faster than usual, which is not saying a lot.
We're trying to go fast. We know we've got a bunch of stuff to get to. So 86 stamina starter. nice looking profile if you kind of cover up that pitcher BABIP. Unfortunately, it's sort of dangerous in this game to cover up that pitcher BABIP.
Yeah. If this card had, I don't know, let's say 75 pitcher BABIP, it's probably a pretty decent card. It's like Bill Ricks or something, or Bill Gatewood. Or Alex Wimmers, I guess, is pretty similar too. But
Right.
the pitcher BABIP makes him worse than all those, so it's unplayable.
Okay, is there any scenario where you look at this for a silver floor cap?
No, there are other 70s that are.
Yeah, I think the problem is that actually 70 specifically, there are a lot of really good 70 bullpen arms in silver right now.
A lot of them, really a lot, and this is not up there with them.
So yeah, I think even in a silver floor cap, even if you need a free card, he's probably not in the top 4 or 5 just because of how good the bullpen arms are.
Yeah.
You're playing some combination of lines, Guerrier, Apodaca,
Yeah, Cole Hamels, Glavine,
All right.
Blue Odom. There's really a lot.
So we'll rate this one a nice fine card and take a look at Sonny Siebert.
Yeah.
All right, so Sonny Siebert, now we have both pitcher BABIP and control, and we've got stamina. So we've kind of, the first 3 things we look at, we've got all 3. That's the good side. He still doesn't really show up for me, though,
No,
as being
it
that
doesn't
playable.
for me either. I mean, it's closer, but it's still, I think, a good deal behind the other low silvers.
I think part of it is that even in low silver, you're starting to get into some good power bats.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, also, I mean, there's just a lot of these low silvers that actually just have a whole lot of. I mean, there's like Bill Force, for example, which is kind of a better version of this card.
Yeah, this card has a couple more points at pitcher BABIP, but yeah, Bill Force just has a lot more across the board. Griff McGarry that we just saw,
Yeah. Even, I mean, Giolito is better than this.
Sure, yeah, I'd play Giolito.
Yeah, Holtzen
has 84, and then the Nolan Ryan we just got, much different shape, but still has 86 pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, I like that card also. I mean, in some eras that card gets pretty bad, I think, but
yeah, early era that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I just think it's the right shape, which is kind of a little understated.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I think it is an F because it's understated, but it's actually a nice shape. It just the card's not quite strong enough.
Doesn't have enough ratings.
All right, Rich Rollins. Really kind of a funny profile again.
Yeah, it's a very strange one.
Yeah. So I still think you're playing him versus lefties, despite that huge gap in power.
Well, I think you're
I'm
playing neither, but yes,
sure. Yeah,
I
think you're playing him either right bench or left out.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, actually, third base gets quite strong at low silver. You have Christian Hernandez, in particular.
I think that's right, but also, I think this is just behind Dave Kingman, and then you're never playing it.
It probably is, yeah.
All right, we can move on. See, we're actually doing okay with the speed round. I know it's kind of a, So you're asking Siebert with high BABIP and control. He's not an F minus, but I think he, Siebert there's just not enough there. So the problem with Siebert, my mice forever, I'll sort of show you the comparison. I don't think I have the card, do I? I do have the card. Okay.
Oh, okay. I guess maybe put him up against Force?
Force, yeah. I think Force is the right comparison then. We will use the Force. So you clearly come here for the bad jokes.
Yeah.
Or the drops, one or the other. But
well, listen, we have many hours, so we can try a whole lot of stuff, and maybe people will forget by the end that we've tried them already.
That makes sense. And if you want to try a whole lot of stuff, then Bill Force is definitely your better choice than Sonny Siebert.
Yeah.
And that's really the comparison. So if we put these up against each other, if you look at what you're getting, Siebert kind of is, a couple ticks ahead. One more point of home run prevention, 3 points of pitcher BABIP, a more moderate amount of control. But you're getting 33 points of stuff from Bill Force. You're also getting 9 more points of stamina, which matters a lot for any kind of cap tournament.
Yeah, and you're getting these big reverse splits.
And if you had to run one of them out of the pen, then you also get a much better conversion for Force.
Yeah.
And the reverse splits, which is going to be a problem because both of them as righties are going to end up, kind of facing a lot of lefties. So if you compare them versus lefties, now it's an even, stronger gap.
Yeah. So yeah, Cybert's just, the shape is really good. If we gave him 5 more points of everything, he's probably playable.
Exactly. Come for the drop, stay for the bad jokes. Sounds about right. All right, what do we got next? What do we got next here? We got Ian Desmond, who I can't spell. Now we got Ian Desmond. So Snapshot actually sort of has the same shape, so we kind of knew what we were getting. I guess the main feature of this card is this big BABIP, especially versus lefties. So again, all-star voters voting for the guy with the high batting average, not the high on-base percentage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent outfielder defensively, but the bat isn't really there.
Yeah, the problem is the bat's not there, and if you put him up against, say, Kimbrough at 74 overall, Sizemore.
Yeah.
I mean, Sizemore you probably don't want to run in center. Kimbrough you could at least think about.
Even Sandy Thompson.
Sandy Thompson's a better combination. I've still been kind of the one crazy guy running Fielder Jones. I'm guessing he doesn't come out very highly in your model.
He comes out okay in modern low silver, but he doesn't come out well in 1999 low silver.
Sorry, I mean modern, yeah.
Modern low silver he comes out pretty decently. He's sort of in the mix, but the
1999, the problem is that you can't put him on the other side of the fence.
Yeah. And he doesn't hit the ball on the other side of the fence either.
No, 22 power is not, well, hold on. 22 power is much more than you get from Jim Fogarty.
That's probably true. I don't know if I ever end up playing Jim Fogarty anywhere, so I'm not sure what he's got. Oh, he has 4. Yeah, okay, that's better.
Yeah. So Jim Fogarty, complete 0 for power.
Yeah. It's a lot of defense, though.
Yes. So, okay, Rock, just come for the cats, stay for the cats.
It's good advertising.
I could see that.
Pay for.
So yeah, Desmond, I don't see a path to playing.
No, I don't either.
All right, how about Mark Grace? So the good news is that this Mark Grace was definitely a representative card. I remember him as being this really slick defensive first baseman. The problem is that kind of first base defense just isn't that valuable, and now you're in full silver as well. So I mean, you're up against the cards like Ortiz with the bat, and this just isn't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really fun at some point to get a Sean Dunston card.
Yeah,
I think that would be a pretty fun card to try to make, just to see how high the arm rating can go. But Grace is just he's well behind the good bats in silver, so you're not going to play him anywhere.
All right, how about Josh Harrison?
All right, so you're going to tell me this card is really bad, I'm guessing.
Well, there's no I in Josh.
And I am not so sure it's.
You're going to try to tell me that he has so much BABIP. He does have an extraordinary amount of gap power.
He has so much of everything else and good defense at 2 positions.
Yes.
I don't think I'm playing him versus righties, but versus lefties, I have him kind of playable actually in silver.
You know know what? Now you're gonna make me run a model and actually check instead of just Well, because I feel like you just go by the eye test, as in, do they have eye?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's when I looked at this card, I thought it would be bad, and I put it in, and the thing said it's actually fine.
All right. Well, it fails the eye test quite clearly. But if we go ahead and run a model just to double check, the model says this card has no eye.
Yeah, I figured it would say that. um,
The model seems to think this card has no eye.
it's a card that I'm going to try to play. I don't know that it's going to end up being good. But I mean, like, okay, the other card that my model wants to play at second versus Lefties and Silver is Mason Wynn, who I'm guessing you also don't want to play.
Oh, actually, looking at him at second. I see. I was looking.
Yeah.
I was thinking he would profile better at third.
No, I'm not looking at him at third because versus Lefties at third, I want to play Silver Chipper Jones because I don't care about defense.
And I want to play Dave Kingman because Dave Kingman.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Kingman has a better glove and a better bat than this card.
He does.
And he's a righty, so you're done. Mason Wynn, I do have as playable versus lefties. I think I'd rather run Pretty than Wynn though.
I have those are the three I have, and Blauser actually. So
and Blauser, but I think Blauser maybe profiles even better at third.
I think so, probably because I still want to play Silver Chipper Jones, so I end up playing him at DH a lot.
Yeah, so I think I'd rather run Pretty than Mason Wynn, but I'd rather run either of them before this card.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this card may end up being okay. I'm not entirely convinced because it's totally reliant on BABIPing people. But I mean, it does that really well.
It does, and the gap power is meaningful. The problem is, if you run this in an early era, the eye's also still going to matter.
Yeah, no, in early era, I think he gets probably worse because the defense isn't good enough then.
That's true.
So
I can't find a way to play him.
But he's not.
You think you are going to try to play him?
I'm going to try. I don't know he's going to go, but he's not going to strike out. He's going to hit a lot of singles and doubles.
But I want him to strike out. I love cards that strike out because they're, if you're going to make outs anyway, a strikeout's often the least damaging out. And when you go to an early era, those are just like free hits that you get back, whereas all the ground outs are still ground outs.
So I will say my version of WOBA for most environments does give a small negative value to a strikeout.
Yeah, I end up with the really weird result that a strikeout is both a good thing for the pitcher and a good thing for the hitter.
Yeah, that seems interesting.
But it's just because of the way kind of the game is structured.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it depends how the thing's doing it. I mean,
as a pitcher, you would. I mean, I guess the idea is a pitcher you would rather a strikeout than a ball in play. But as a hitter, because what really is being tuned, maybe that's a good way to say it. As I understand it, the way you get ratings out of historical stats is you really are tuning this contact number, even though it's a composite. You're really tuning this contact number that looks something like a batting average.
Yeah.
And then the BABIP kind of is contact minus the extra base hits, but then kind of adjusting for strikeouts. And so
right. It's
And so if I have a choice, a player that has a really low avoid K and therefore a correspondingly higher BABIP for the same batting average is a much better combination, because then when you go back to an early era, you still get to keep the BABIP for free, but you stop striking out.
Well, I mean, that's dependent on, it's a format. We care about what the overall is. If we have some kind of open format, then probably we don't really care.
No, but it's not even as much the overall, because it's not as much about overall rating. It's that when you create the card, I think they're being built around a certain contact rating, which is a composite of these things. And so if you just keep the contact rating fixed, the lower avoid K you get, typically the better combination it is.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But I mean, we see cards with very different contact ratings. I don't. I mean, there's some cards with contact rating, high contact ratings that are gooder, and some that aren't. Like it doesn't seem to be. Contact doesn't seem to be at all indicative of how strong a card is in any way, or really that related to the overall.
No, it's mainly just related. What it is related to is kind of the batting average that was used to model the card. So that's kind of the point that
Yeah. I mean, I guess. Yeah, my sort of model is saying that contact just doesn't get used by the game at all. That contact is just kind of there because it was always there, and now it's useless.
So I don't think contact is getting used by the engine, but I think contact is like the best measure of batting average. It's a composite rating that's intended to look like batting average, I guess is the way to say it.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it depends if that's a composite rate, look at batting average in a particular era, and then it doesn't just really change. I'm not totally sure.
So where do we put Josh Harrison?
I mean, okay, I think I would give this card a B or a C.
And I would just decide I'm going to give him an F because he has no I. I mean...
Yeah. So maybe we give him a D?
All right. We're giving a non-F to a card that has no I. It's... all right. It's one of those days. We'll try it.
I mean, I'm not convinced it's going to be good. I'm convinced it's going to be interesting to try. And if it ends up being good, then I'll keep playing it.
I'm pretty convinced it's going to be awful. But if it's a card that's going to convince you to try playing it and lose a couple games, then that's definitely worth a D for me.
I also just sometimes I try stuff that I think isn't good, just because I want to see.
See, I do that too. I think we usually call those drafts.
Yeah. It is actually a pretty good draft card, I think, seriously, because it has 4 positions and...
Yeah, it's not a bad draft card, so maybe it's a D just for draft value.
Yeah.
All right, how about Jordan Walden? So he's got stuff, he's got all that blue at the top, and then just cover up that last bit.
Yeah, it's
that last bit matters, doesn't it?
You get to, I guess, at least instead of giving up only singles, he might give up some walks mixed in with the singles.
Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on. How about Matt Noakes? So, and we've got another player with just no eye and no gap power and.
Yeah, I think we can say nope to Noakes.
No. Yeah. All right. I think this also is probably an easy one to move on.
Yeah.
See, we actually are. We're good at speeding up. Some of these we're quick on.
Some of these are quick.
Yeah, exactly, Hamlet. It's below 50. See, this is how you can tell that I've given up on being competitive in this game. Is that I'm just willing to throw a D out there for absolutely no reason. Yeah,
I think if this were a solo stream, that one would have been an F. And move on.
If this were a solo stream, that would have been an immediate F. But yeah. All right, what do we got next here? Mike Bordick. Well, like every card in this set, we've got a card that doesn't have enough eye.
The problem is, this one doesn't have enough defense either. This one just kind of has nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's yes. All right. We can move on for this one too, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I actually versus righties, I actually have Bud Harrelson better than this.
Looking. Well, I have Pennington better than this too. Yeah. Right, because I had Pennington a little better than Harrelson.
Yeah. But certainly, I mean, against a Bob Ferguson or something, this is just.
Yeah, this is actually like sneakily a really bad card.
This is a really bad card. It doesn't look that bad, but it
Yeah,
just kind of does
actually,
nothing that you want.
yeah, actually, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, this is actually really sneakily an awful card.
Yeah, it kind of looks decent because there's a lot of green, but there's nothing that it does well.
This actually might be an F minus.
It might be.
I think actually this is an F minus.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as F minus as the one that I'm thinking of.
No, but I think this is actually an F minus.
Yeah, this is a bad card.
All right, we got our new clubhouse leader, Chad Billingsley. So 71 for the pitcher BABIP. You know, this is kind of one of these shapes we looked at before, except we had maybe the pitcher BABIP and control reversed. So this is the better combination of the two, if you had to pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the other one. That's not saying a lot.
But I think you're still going to play the Bill Force we looked at over this, as well as kind of most of your typical silver starters.
Yeah, I mean, now we're also in open silver.
Yeah, so you're going to run Roberts, Liberatore,
yeah,
Tanana,
yeah, all those guys.
And the Gatewood, Bedard, like those groups as well, I think.
Giolito.
Oh yeah, Giolito definitely. Probably would play like the Baseball Reference one, Alex Wimmers over this even.
Yeah, I would too. I play Hasegawa, but that's a reliever. Hasegawa definitely.
Well, actually, I mean, he does have 25 stamina.
Yeah, you actually could start Hasegawa.
If they ever do a dead ball bronze, actually, could you run Hasegawa in the tournament lab?
Wait, no, you could just run him in modern, couldn't you? Because he's not going to lose any stuff converting because he has none to begin with.
Yeah, but he has a 25 stamina, so you want to make sure
That's
he's going to get
though.
through.
You're allowed to start him. The game will let you do it.
Huh. Interesting idea.
It's actually not crazy.
It's a little crazy.
Yeah, he pitches 4 innings in bronze. He's like the best pitcher by a ton. He pitches 4 innings.
It's a little crazy, but like, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's a little crazy.
Yeah, especially if you can fit a 13th pitcher in and you can run 418 in bronze, you just start him tired.
I mean,
I don't know.
I did start Rafael Betancourt in 22 in gold.
Yeah, that doesn't seem that bad. I kind of want to try that now.
All right, you know what? Hold on. Isn't there a bronze that just fired? That's what I was trying to remember.
Yeah, the bronze only. In Tournament Lab, he is eligible and is really good, actually.
Let's run... Oh, okay, no. But all right, I'll run him in the bronze floor cap. How about that?
That's 1966. He's actually a really good starter in that.
All right, let's try it. What's the worst that could happen? I maybe don't want an answer to that question, do I?
No, 1966 he'll probably pitch like 6 innings or something.
All right, hold on. Let's do this. Let's add Hasegawa. One sec. I guess technically he's not a starting pitcher yet.
Yeah.
Let's add him on. Let's see how this goes.
I mean, he definitely plays in the format.
Set position, starting pitcher. Okay. He has 4 pitches.
Yeah, I mean, he gained stuff actually. Hold on, set him as a reliever.
Wait,
again.
did he gain stuff? Hold on.
Yeah. Because he's no velocity either.
Yeah.
Oh no, he lost a couple points.
Lost a couple points, but only a couple points. I mean, that's
It's not bad.
Oh no, that's fine. Who do we take off for him though? Oh, I gotta find a point. Oh, Jake Bird. Jake Bird,
yeah.
All right. Do we really start him over Dave McNally? I mean, no, but for science, right?
It's a better pitcher than Dave McNally.
We'll do it for science. Is this 1966? Is this?
Yeah. I bet you he'll pitch like 6 innings. And then Eldred and McNally will come in.
All right, I think run McNally in long relief. backup stopper. All right, let's do it. What's the worst that could happen, right? Who are we losing to anyway? Oh, you know what though? Okay, but hold on. But this is a best of 3, so we're gonna have to get by somebody in the first round in order to find out.
All right.
I will say this though. I think we can agree when Shiggy pitches, like 7 shutout innings or something, we got to bump him to an S+.
Oh yeah. It's not that far anyway, even without this.
No, it isn't. Business. So if it turns out that he's a starter, then I think we just do it, right?
Oh yeah. No, if he's a starter, he's the best starter of bronze.
Then he gets an S+ because plus he's an S. He's a starter.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
As for Billingsley, I think we'd rather play Shiggy, right?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
So I think Billingsley, no, but all right, we're up to the golds. Gianni Padres, who I remember fondly as a pitching coach.
Yeah, he's been a coach for a long time, right?
But will you play him? Which was incredible, actually, because the pitching staffs that he was pitching coach for were almost universally awful. But I guess he was he was definitely a great guy, and like enough of a great clubhouse guy that I guess it still worked.
I guess if your pitchers are going to be awful, then you might as well just whoever at that point. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because I remember from some of those Phillies teams that just were pretty universally awful.
Yeah.
But Padres was wonderful, so.
Yeah, he fits the pitching coach theme team, maybe.
Yeah, how long was he the pitching coach? Actually, I should check. No, okay, he got a bunch of different pitching coach. Yeah.
Yeah. 23 seasons according to Wikipedia. Yeah, for 5 different.
Oh wow! Okay, so there is a picture of a sculpture of Padres on his Wikipedia page.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That
picture.
is one of the worst sculptures that I can recall seeing recently. If anyone, take a look at the sculpture on that Wikipedia page.
Is that actually an accurate representation of what he looked like when pitching? Because that does not seem like a good thing to do.
It must be, right? Because you wouldn't make that otherwise.
That seems like you're going to get hit in the face by a line drive pretty fast doing that.
I think and to be fair, he was the pitching coach for Mitch Williams, who used to manage to deliver the ball and end up face directly away from home plate.
Yeah, well, that explains it then. He just passed on his mechanics. Because his head is blocking his whole body. It's a big target.
Yeah. I remember the other one was, because it's part of one of these camps they used to run with the Phillies. They'd let us get a tour of the clubhouse and stuff. And I remember he was very careful to, warn him to, to warn us, if you're going to drink some coffee, drink the manager's coffee, not the player's coffee.
Yeah, that's a good warning. Especially in that era.
Yes. Why do they have a statue of him outside the Hall of Fame if he's not in the Hall of Fame? Well, if he were in the Hall of Fame, the statue of him would be in the Hall of Fame.
There you go. That explains it. Yeah.
Think about it. As for the card, though, yeah, it's a lefty in gold that's not as good as the lefties in gold, I guess.
Yeah, the reverse splits are something, but the card is just understated pretty much.
The problem is a lot of the lefties in gold have reverse splits.
Yeah, they do.
Is there any way in a gold floor cap maybe you get closer to playing him?
Is it the best 80? Let's see. It might actually be a decent 80. Yeah, I have it as the second best 80.
I've got Tink, I guess.
I have Dave Smith and then Padres.
Oh, sorry. Well, Dave Smith. Oh, that's right. Because you're looking at a reliever. You got Dave Smith as well.
Yeah.
So okay, maybe in a bronze, gold floor cap, it's playable.
I've got Tink Hence ahead of him as well, though.
I've actually Whitworth. All four of them have very like basically tied actually. Smith, Padres, Whitworth, and Hens.
Yeah, so I think it probably is an F tier card, but just because I really like the guy, I want to find a way not to give him an F. Should we give him a D?
Yeah, we can give him a D.
We can give him a D.
We don't have a gold floor cap right now, but if we did, he would probably play in it.
If we did have a gold floor cap, he might. Yeah.
It's a very minor upgrade, but
all right, we'll give him a D for a very minor upgrade. And a good story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually too bad. A lot of the players from that era at Veterans Stadium came down with cancer later too. Apparently, the way they installed the AstroTurf was
oh yeah, I think I read something about that recently.
was surprisingly toxic.
Yeah. Well, that stuff always seemed like it was not the best. I guess they didn't really care then.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because when Field Turf first came out, I thought it was, it felt to me like, you get these rubber pellets everywhere. There was too much give to it. Like I hated that move over to Field Turf, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I used to play Ultimate Frisbee for a bit, and playing that on turf.
Oh yeah, if you lay out on turf, you're
gonna
get scraped up every single time, right?
Oh. It was miserable playing on turf. I mean, it's just the worst.
Oh yeah, that probably kills your knee. Yeah, actually, we had a couple of teams we played when I was in college that would have.
Oh yeah.
I think the worst was Syracuse, because it would be turf and it would be windy and they would just throw this zone, and you're trying to figure out how to get around on this turf.
Yeah, it was kind of a disaster.
Terrible. And it was, and they always would have us on, the backup football, practice field where, everything's torn up and yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So let's see. All right, Jack Armstrong. So here's a righty, fairly splitty righty. You do have 77 pitcher BABIP, and I know we're desperate for righties, so I really want this card to be playable.
Yeah, it would be great. But well, I actually have this one as worse than Padres, so
yeah, me too.
Yeah,
because the reverse splits from Padres really do help.
Yeah, they do, and this one also has no stamina, so it's not really started.
All right, how about Dan Uggla? Do we have some eye in Dan Uggla? Well, no.
No.
No, we've got 72 range, so he's got to be an offensive second baseman. And he just isn't.
No, he's not.
The bat's going to be significantly worse than something like Blauser if you're going to run an offensive second baseman.
Much worse than Blauser.
Yeah. Or the Michael Bush we looked at if you're really offense focused. Or the tournament edition Stanky. I mean, they're actually I'd run DeRosa. I'd run DeRosa ahead of this card.
Yeah. Oh, I'd run Sammy Strang too.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Old. I have a whole.
Plus all the glove first ones, of course.
Yeah. A laundry list.
I think I'd run the future legend Nick York too.
Probably. I don't have either one anywhere close. So.
Yeah.
Sure.
Shouldn't he be named Arm Mediocre with that rating? Randolph in full gold. Yeah. We were looking at low gold, but in full gold, then full gold. Then there are going to be another, at least half dozen that come into the meta.
Gold.
All right. I think this one. See, the pun's too easy on this one, so maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
How about red roughing? So how about red roughing? who actually no, maybe I shouldn't do that. I was going to mention a good fact about Red Ruffing that maybe we should save for a future trivia question.
Okay. Well, I don't know what it is immediately, so
You know,
I'll be waiting for that one.
yes. So maybe we'll hold off on that one. Okay, well, yeah. No, he was going to be on, kind of my theme team for we sort of given it away, but he was going to be on my theme team of like players that didn't have like 20 fingers and toes.
Ah, okay.
But I couldn't quite get to a full roster.
And we definitely should. Yeah, we really at some point should get a nice Mordecai Brown. We never had. I don't think there's been a good one in any version of the game.
No. You had Antonio Alfonseca. Would get to be in there as well.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty nasty splitter too.
Yeah, well, that definitely helps the extra fingers.
Yes. So as for the card, we have 90 pitcher BABIP. That's the good news. The problem is the rest of the card's a little bit understated, and splitty.
Card is just. I mean, yeah. In the end, I have this as worse than Mr. Mediocre.
Because the problem is there are cards like Lady Baldwin, for example. You got 91 pitcher BABIP, but you've also got just a lot of other stats.
Yeah, I mean, you're Lady Baldwin, you have Matt Moore, you have Jesse Flores, you have even Silver Robin Roberts is a whole lot better than this. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff.
All right, we can move on.
Yeah.
How about Mark Mulder?
Oh, Monter Don says, time for a check-in on the bounty tournament. Hint, hint.
For a check-in on the bounty tournament, hint, hint. All right, well, we will have to check it on the bounty tournament in a moment. We did say the bounty goes to whoever has the most second basemen on the roster. Is that? I was trying to remember.
Yes, that was it. That was exactly it.
So Mark Mulder is just a card with no pitcher BABIP, right? Is the problem.
Yeah, if we could take Ruffing's pitcher BABIP and put it on Mulder, then
you'd have a card that's your best gold starter.
Yeah.
But with no pitcher BABIP is not going to work. All right,
no
I think we can check in on the bounty tournament. Let's see if we hint our. Scroll down Excel. Good call. I swear one of these times we're actually going to get the technical stuff worked out, and we're going to be so shocked that we'll have like an extra 2 hours on the stream and won't know what to do with ourselves.
It's always a problem we have is too much extra time.
Well, really, all the time gets eaten up by the technical problems, right?
Yeah.
All right, we are out of the bounty tournament, so let's see if we can figure out who it is that knocked us out of the bounty tournament and wins the 5 packs. Congratulations to... Ooh, we got swept. Wasn't even close. No, we lost 2 one-run games. Yeah,
pretty close games. Wasn't bad.
Yep. Lost in the 12th. Little bit of a bullpen meltdown.
We drafted bullpen pitchers too.
Yeah, we got 3 innings out of Pazos. Didn't work. And all right, and then got shut out in game 2. Drake did just fine for us, and that's a pretty good line. 11 Ks, 1 walk, 3 hits.
Yeah, that's good. I'd take that.
And then game 3 we were just blown out. All right, so congratulations to Monter Don. Can you maybe DM me on Discord or something if you have that, just with what username you want us to send the packs to, and we'll get that figured out if this stream ever ends.
Well, in Rack Attack, we didn't claim this was the best draft ever. We claimed it was our best draft ever.
We said this is the best draft that we have had on stream, and that is almost certainly true.
Yeah. which shows you the quality of our normal drafts on stream.
Well, I think the best one we saw was it last week. We actually managed to play pack golf in the iron round.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
We had, I think, 146 and a 44, and then like a couple 42s, and that was it for our 12 iron cards.
Yeah, it was amazing, really. I mean, it was
That
wasn't
that's-
even one of those
yeah.
orderlies when you have a low iron round. It was just an iron.
Yeah. Well, we got a low iron round.
We got a low iron round. In fact, I think we even got a low iron round, maybe.
Yeah. But anyway, congratulations to Eevees Baseball and Monterey Don.
Yes.
On
Congratulations.
to the next
You
round
got
with a sweep.
the good fortune of drawing us in the first round.
And you might even get 3 more packs out of this.
Yeah.
Because you not only got to beat us in the first round for the bounty, but you also got a couple days rest.
Yeah, and Randy Jones and Vida Blue will get to pitch again. That's pretty good.
So, well done. Yeah, exactly. Well, always a tough draw. Well, unfortunately, Laptop Hound, the big problem is that we are not a tough draw.
Definitely not.
We want to see something
least-
cool, and then Nightbot says no.
Listen, it got mad at me too. So
No, that's just great. You want to see something cool? No.
no, you don't. Well, Nightbot doesn't at least. Other people might, but Nightbot does not.
No, Nightbot has no interest at all in seeing something cool, I'm afraid. But if we can figure out how to post the link, we can see something cool. All right. What do we got next?
Few more goals to go here.
We have Heine Manouche. Oh, right, I have to load back in. I need to do something with this team at some point, other than keep losing drafts.
We seem to be very good at that. It's a wonder that
we're
people
an
continue
expert.
to.
I mean, I don't know why people talk about streamer luck. I mean, they just have to look at our,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could show them that weekly we had, whenever it was, that was just like we got the worst card in every round.
Yep. And Monterdon, please do either. I guess you can also whisper on Discord if that's easier, which probably means I should log into. On Twitch if that's easier, which probably means I should log into Twitch so that it's whisperable. Heine Manouche. Heine Manouche.
No iron, no power, no defense.
Heine Manouche.
No iron, no power, no defense.
Sorry, one sec. I fixed the feedback problem from trying to log into. Wouldn't be us without a technical problem, right? To log
No.
into.
We had some at the start. It's
Wouldn't
been
be us
2
without
hours now. We have to have some more.
No.
It's been too long.
You know, some streams, what you get is an ad break. Here what you get is a technical difficulties break.
Yeah.
So Heine Manouche, everything is good about this card except it has no ability to get on base, no ability to hit the ball over the fence, and no defense.
That may be the lowest outfield arm of any card yet. I'm not totally sure, but it's definitely up there.
At least of one that's actually an outfielder, right?
Yeah.
15. Hold on. There was that Greg Luzinski, who's listed as an outfielder, right?
What does that even mean? 15 arm? He just throws the ball into the ground? I mean, like.
Well, Greg Luzinski has a 1.
No, this isn't a DH though.
Well, he's listed as.
Let me see. Actually, I think I can probably. Okay, a card that's listed. We want a card that's listed as a left, center, right field.
Imagine whispers are blocked. Okay, hold on.
And we want outfield arm.
Why are whispers blocked? Okay, Okay, try again. I really need to learn how to use these tools, you know? Speaking of needing to learn how to use these tools, yeah, 1 outfield arm for Luzinski, 17 for Heine Manouche. So what? I mean, 15. Like, what is 15? Yeah, 15 arm basically means like,
He rolls the ball to the infield. I mean,
you know, you just take the old adage about just run the ball in literally.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. So this actually is the lowest outfield arm in the game of anyone who's listed as an outfielder, by quite a lot. The next lowest is 26, which this is actually kind of a fun card to pull up. Dale Mitchell, who has the most ridiculous-looking defensive profile I think I've seen.
Let me put it in. Dale Mitchell, you said.
Yes.
So 26 arm, but he doesn't make any errors.
Because
Because I guess if you're just rolling the ball in, you know.
right, he just stands in place. If the ball's hit to him, he catches it, and he doesn't throw it. He just like rolls it to the infielder, kicks it or something.
I could see that. This is not a good card, this Heine Manouche.
No, it is not.
This is a really bad card.
It's a really bad card. Yeah, I'm struggling to find anything that is decent about this.
I mean, he's got an S tier name.
Yeah, and I think he was actually a fairly decent player, if I recall.
Just maybe not in 1934.
I guess not. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is an F minus, but it's not far.
I think it probably. I mean, is there any
Might be.
era in which you want to play this card in bronze? No.
In bronze, no. In gold, certainly not. In bronze, I still think probably no.
No, you're always playing like Dink or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll give him the minus. We'll give him a minus.
Yeah, that's not a good card.
All right. How about? Yeah, I think that one definitely deserves a good old F minus. The more I look at that one.
It's really bad.
There have been a lot of these cards with no I in this set.
Yeah.
All right. How about Todd Hundley? So here you've got, you know, a catcher with a ton of power, especially against righties. He does have 71 catcher ability.
Yep.
Reverse splits are, you know, well, no, he's a switch hitter. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the comparison for this card is Mickey Tettleton.
Okay. Yep.
Who is basically the very similar profile,
But just better.
Some eye for some power. Yeah, and Mickey Tettleton I think is a little bit better. Not a lot better, but a little better.
Actually, yeah, I think Tettleton, you know, well, Tettleton is a decently better glove, and I think a slightly better bat.
Yeah, that's probably about right. I mean, I think Hundley is the next best one.
Maybe.
So,
I mean, I'm still going to run Mathis and Romo.
Oh, well, okay. Yes, that is true. You've always got those guys to contend with.
But yeah, I think offensively, I think Hundley's the next one.
Yeah, but it doesn't really get him to be playable in gold because you want Hundley to hit righties, and those don't exist. So we need to have righties for him to be playable,
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
and we don't. So I think it's just an F.
Okay. How about Michael?
It's a better F than a lot of the other ones.
It is, yeah. How about Michael Kadire? So it's funny. He's got, again, a really weird combination of splits, where he's a righty that hits for much better average in BABIP versus righties, but then, you know, gap power and eye versus lefties.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, he doesn't really hit enough either way.
No, I guess it's that easy, right? I mean, he's a first
Yeah.
baseman. He doesn't hit like a first baseman, and he wouldn't hit like a first baseman really for even low silver. And the
No.
right field is just not going to play.
No. So
Just not a playable card.
just not a playable card.
All right. Now we have our first mission reward. So
No, this one's not a mission reward. This one's. I'm sorry. I
no,
missed Bo Jackson.
the Bo
I'm
Jackson.
sorry.
Yeah.
I thought Nunez was missed. My apologies.
No, we got a Bo Jackson, 115 outfield arms. So that's
a lot.
100 points better than.
Yeah, it is 100 points. Wow, I didn't realize that. That's pretty amazing.
He's literally 100 points better on the arm. So that's the good news. And he's got power.
Yep, and some Ivers lefties.
Yeah, and some Ivers lefties.
Which are all that exist at the moment.
Yeah, so it fits the meta, and you really wanted to make it work. I'm happy to put up with the low outfield error for the range in the arm. I still would run this card in right field and be perfectly happy defensively. Offensively, on the other hand, that's going to be more of an issue, I think, even against lefties.
So, I don't think this has the bat to play in the corners because I want to play Trout and Dominguez. But I do think it has the bat to play center.
And I guess you're not willing to play Trout in center. Or Dominguez.
No, not. I don't. Right now, I'm playing Weimer in center, who has basically the same range, and I think this is a slightly better hitter than Weimer versus lefties. So I'll probably switch them out. But I think this card will kind of fall out basically as soon as there is any right-handed pitching, or there's an even slightly better outfielder released. He's just worthless.
So I don't love the shape of the glove for center, and that's why I think I'd end up preferring to play Trout. Yeah, I think the place I have Bo highest is in left.
Even with the arm in left?
Just because for whatever reason there seem to be fewer, like Averill doesn't play left, for example.
Well, but I mean, I don't think you're not playing against righties, are you? That doesn't seem possible.
No, but I guess the problem is that versus lefties, I still want to play a card like Dode in center. Or even Eric Davis.
Yeah.
Like, I think you're fine playing Davis, Trout, and Dominguez.
I mean, I think this Bo Jackson is better than Davis. Pretty sure it's better.
I certainly have Davis ahead two-way. Let me run this just versus lefties, though. So I have it close, but I do have Davis very slightly ahead. I have Davis directly followed by Bo.
Okay.
But I have Paskert slightly ahead of both of them.
Yeah, I have a bunch of those fairly similar. I also have Franklin Gutierrez versus lefties only, but that one's kind of silly. Yeah, I can see playing any of them really.
So I think left is where I'm going to end up playing him.
I think I'm going to play him in center and play Trout in left. Still, I'm generally just don't really care at outfield error because there are so few of them anyway. If they make one or two more, it's not really going to do anything.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So I mean the arm is nice for center, since he'll get more chances there than in right. And the range is not ideal, but I mean, Paskert only has 4 more. I mean, it's a decent amount, but I think this is a much better hitter than Paskert.
Yeah, so I think I don't quite see a place to use Bo in my build, but if I did, then the fact that he plays 3 positions is enough that I don't hate him in a build where you're playing essentially righties and then backup righties rather than platoons, because I think he's a good sort of 3-position backup, like second right-handed outfielder in a really left-handed meta. But if you're playing platoons, then I don't think I'd play him.
Yeah, unless this is. I mean, I guess this could be one of them. This could be you can platoon center with I guess. If there are ever righties that come back to the gold meta, then you have to think about Granderson again. And then
if they're enough, yeah, because right now Espino's 1, and I'm seeing some Mark Appel.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of Appel. But I mean, yeah, it's like Granderson. I think still is the best one versus righties only, but he's a 40 versus lefties, so you have to platoon him.
Yeah, so I think Bo gets stuck in the middle a little bit. So I feel like this ends up not being a card I'm ever going to play in anything. But it is a decent card.
Yeah, I think I will play him sort of right now, but I would be surprised if he lasts more than, like, let's say 2 more content releases. Maybe 3, I don't know.
Yeah, and it is a kind of difficult mission, right? Like all of these missions right now are expensive because they only come from new cards. So certainly, given the mission, I don't think I'd have any interest in trying to complete the mission to get him.
No, I wouldn't go out and spend 25K on it. I think I'd go out and spend 8K on it,
but the mission's actually more than that, right?
The mission's much more than that. I mean, you're only doing this mission if you're doing all 3 of them. You basically get the Bo Jackson mission for free if you do the other 2.
Yeah, let me find the. Yeah, so it's the easiest of the missions, but even so, that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, it's basically an extra to the AL and NL missions.
Right.
I think pretty much if you do probably either of those, you'll just get this.
That sounds about right.
So, yeah, I mean, the thing is that, of course, this is a card we sort of think has at most a very low shelf life, and then putting it behind a mission that's going to be hard for people to complete for many weeks is going to mean that by the time people get it, it's not going to be playable anymore.
Yeah, so probably by the time most people get it, it maybe becomes an F, but right now it's a little better than that.
Yeah, I'd probably give it like a C right now.
Yeah, I think that's about where I'm at. Let's give him a C. All right. Nasim Nunez. This is one I'm kind of excited to see what you think about. Because Laptop and I had a discussion about him. As you know, I'm a big shortstop defense guy. Here you're getting 99 range. You can play him at second also, and you've got I.
Yeah.
So I think this is clearly, to me, your top defensive middle infielder now, and I like him better at short than second.
I agree. I had been playing actually Bob Ferguson in silver a lot of the time, and this is better than Bob Ferguson. It's 2 less range for a lot more bat.
Yeah. On the other hand, if you're willing to put up with a much worse glove, you could run, a much more offensive. You could even run Colson Montgomery or something.
That one seems a little questionable to me.
Or Blauser or something like that.
Yeah. No, the card that actually I want to sort of discuss with this is the next card, which is this Johnny Logan.
Sure, we can discuss him together maybe. I'll bring up Logan. So now it's down to 95 range, and you're losing a fair bit of I, but then you get a lot more in the rest of the bat.
Right. So I end up having this as enough better of a bat than Nunez versus lefties that I wanted versus lefties, but righties I still want Nunez. So I'm currently playing both of these on my gold roster. Nunez is playing short versus right, which is barely facing, backing up second.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that working. I think for a two-way card, Nunez is the card that I think I'd rather run. I just want that 99 range. I want the eye. I have him actually a fair bit. I have the bat slightly better than Johnny Logan as a two-way bat.
I don't know that I have that.
They're both not wonderful bats.
They're not really great. Yeah. But I think actually it's a nice arrangement. I'm playing Amador both ways at second, which I guess was a card you didn't like that much. And then Nunez can back him up both sides, and then Logan and him can play some, and kind of the fatigue works out pretty nicely there, feels like.
Yeah, I still have Nunez a fair bit ahead of Logan. Remember my model just wants you to get on base, so If you give me a card that has eye and it has defense, what else? What else do you really need? You know.
Yeah, that's it.
Um, so, Nunez. I think this is one of these cards where it's actually perfectly fine that it's an 85.
Yeah, no, if this were, yeah, this. This probably isn't that far from playing in the diamond, in all honesty.
Well, there isn't really a good glove in low diamond, so I might. I mean, you're running like Valentine or something.
Yeah, Valentine. I guess. Yeah, maybe just Valentine. I guess you missed the new Marcelo Meyer. But the glove is not great there. Yeah, actually, Pauly Nunez is still pretty good in low diamond.
So I think of the two, I definitely prefer Nunez.
If I could only have one, I would want Nunez, but I think I want both.
So I have Nunez probably, he's definitely a card that won't fit into every build, and it depends a little bit if you're going, glove first or bat first. But I still think he's probably like an A tier card, just because of he also plays second.
No, I think Nunez actually is quite good, especially that second. I think that's the main reason why it's better to have Nunez than Logan. There's a lot of extra flexibility you'll get, and he'll last a bit longer.
Well, plus there's an eye in Nassim and not in Johnny Logan.
So there you go. That should seal it.
But Logan, he's probably a B or C tier card.
Yeah,
he's still
I think
playable.
I'd give Nunez an A and Logan a B.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I feel like Logan being one position hurts him quite a bit.
It does, but again, like in Golden, we have all these lefties.
Yeah, I guess that's okay because
so
of all the lefties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might have given him a C, but let's go with a B. All right, how about Patrick Corbin? So, really splitty lefty here. 82 stamina. So you have 80 pitcher BABIP versus lefties, but 64 versus righties, and I guess that's just what's gonna kill the card, right?
Yeah, the splits I think end up just sort of getting this card. If you duplicate it versus left and versus right, then probably pretty good.
Okay, that's fine. We can move on to another really strong card.
Yeah.
This Hal Witashik. So this is kind of a fairly splitty lefty reliever, but it's the sort of splitty lefty reliever that we've seen before with a couple of these Gary Lavelle cards, or Josh Hader even, where I'm willing to try it because he's good enough against righties that it's tolerable.
Yeah, no, I think this is quite a good card actually. I have him actually still he's clearly quite splitty, but you're not really going to find a lot of lefties that are better than this versus righties. So if you're sort of not playing it versus righties, you're just not playing anybody, any lefty relievers.
And you have the enormous pitch, and you have the enormous pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, and the other thing, he has 30 stamina.
Yeah, I guess you can't really. The problem is he doesn't have the control where you'd want to start him ever. I think in the early
I don't
era.
think you can start him, but you can. We can pitch 3 innings out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, all in all, I have this as the second best gold reliever behind Clippard.
I'm trying to see where I've got him exactly. Having trouble loading this for a second. There it is. I actually have him very slightly ahead of Clippard. And remember, I'm kind of more willing to run these splitty cards, and figure that I can get an okay matchup.
Yeah, there are a lot of switch hitters in gold, which definitely hurts him.
But he is really good against righties for any of these lefties.
No, he's very good against righties for a lefty. You're really not going to find much of a better one. So I don't think that's really an issue for him.
I think I would still run Clippard if I had to pick just one, simply because with all the lefty starters, you're seeing so many more righty bats than you would normally.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
you know,
I mean,
because often even with pinch hitters, you know, you're not going to see, say, 9 righties or something.
Yeah.
But he might well see 9 righties every time he comes into a ball game in a high leverage situation.
Yeah. In a cap, I might go with Budashik because of the stamina.
I think so. Yeah.
But I think Clippard will be a better overall pitcher.
I also think this is a card you can play in low diamond.
Yeah, I don't see any reason. I mean, you can play Clippard in low diamond, so if you're saying this is kind of similar, then I don't see why not.
Yeah, so I think this might be another S tier reliever, actually.
Yeah, I think so. It's just, yeah, very strong reliever.
All right, S for a strong reliever. How about Ray Fosse? You know, best known for, I guess, being on the wrong end of that All-Star Game collision.
Yeah, that's really not picking his pilot of his career there.
Unfortunately, that collision looks like it may have knocked out his eye.
Apparently.
He lost an eye in that one.
Like it. Didn't lose his arm, but he did lose his eye.
Yeah, but yeah, all right. I think that kind of kills the card.
Yeah, it's just not a playable card.
All right. How about Red Ralph? So, third baseman, qualified to learn short, but 77 range. So, not a wonderful defensive third baseman, and splits the wrong way for the gold meta. Anything that still kind of looks interesting about him? I just don't have him really close to kind of some of the other cards that are.
I don't have him anywhere close.
Yeah, I think he's just understated.
Yep, too few ratings.
Okay, and then finally Randy Jones. And this is another funny one where I think the two of us may end up really disagreeing, because on the one hand, he again has these huge splits, but I think he's good enough against righties that I'm still like very happy to try to run him as a starter, even in a gold meta that's righty heavy.
I have him as the best gold starter, slightly ahead of Vita Blue.
Really? Okay. So I have Espino better, and I have Vita a little bit better because I expect to see so many righties, and then I have him number 3.
Yeah, I have him for with seeing a lot of righties. So I think it's just a very strong card.
Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough that you're going to end up running him in low diamond.
No, gold to low diamond on the pitching end is actually a really big jump.
Yeah, so I think because of that, this one's really not going to be like an S tier card, but I think it's a solid A.
Yeah, I think it's an A. That seems fine. I mean, it's unfortunately another lefty for gold, which we
yes, it is another good lefty
lacking.
for gold.
I would have much rather seen an identical card, that was right-handed and the splits flipped or whatever.
Honestly, I would have started a Kent Tekulve if you gave me a gold Kent Tekulve. I would have tried to find a way to start that.
Well, we'll get to him in a few cards, it looks like, but actually,
but he's not gold.
That I think, yeah, well, is should have been a gold, and I think would have really been good to be a gold, but yeah.
All right, so we're up to low diamond. We do have to do a TWIP draft in the next 45 minutes. Should we do it now, or should we try to do the diamonds first, or do the diamonds first?
I don't think we can get to the diamonds. We can. No, it's going to be tough to get to the diamonds in 40 minutes. I think we should do the TWIP draft.
We could do the low diamonds.
Oh, that's true. We do the low diamonds. Okay.
All right, we'll do the low diamonds then. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
Okay, Dickie Thon. 96 range at short is the good news.
I like that.
So I really want to find a way to run this card.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem for this Dickie Thon is he's worse than Johnny Logan.
And Nunez.
And probably also John Valentin.
Well, I think he was another of these cards where there was an injury problem or something that derailed his career, and I think it's the same thing where the injury kind of took out an eye.
It does look that way.
Because, again, if this card had more eye, I'd get a lot more interested, but I actually don't have him even as a top 10 shortstop option. Like I'd run Amador or something also over this card, and I think Amador is a fair bit behind the two we just mentioned as a shortstop.
Yeah, I'd run a whole lot of stuff ahead of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have it anywhere close. So.
Okay, Ricky Romero. So you got 97 pitcher BABIP, 89 stamina. So again, kind of for a modern card, especially one that's OOTP era eligible, that stamina is going to be important for caps. Is there enough in the card though? Because it's a pretty big jump up, and I don't see enough in this card, especially for a lefty who's going to see a lot of righties. I just don't see enough compared with, because now you're competing with like Partlow and Tiedemann and.
Yeah. So if you take out the FL1 low diamonds that all have kind of low stamina, and it's an OTP era, then I think he plays.
Except I think you would play Tiedemann probably, even with 63 stamina. I think you would try. But also, like, there's Logan Allen. There's Logan Allen who has 90 stamina. For example.
No, I mean, I have him. I don't know, just in regular open low diamond. He's 10, 15, something like that. I don't know.
I have him between 15 and 20. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, some of these low diamonds are pricey, so maybe, but this is also pricey, so it's not like a budget pick or anything.
No, I think this just doesn't play. I think.
Yeah, I don't.
If he didn't have the splits, he'd be more interesting.
If this were 1 point lower, it would be all over. But
yeah, definitely. That, as you said, the gap to low diamond is enormous. It's basically about as big as the gap from like silver to golden bats or something.
Yeah, it's very big.
All right. How about Diaz? So this is kind of a funny card. It's flat except with a little bit of extra eye against lefties, which is exactly the stat I'd want. And you get 93 catcher ability.
Yeah.
So is that enough to make him interesting?
I think so. So I don't have him as the best catcher either way. But I do have him as the best two-way because the best catcher versus lefties is Jason Kendall, and Jason Kendall is a 0 against righties. And then versus lefties, you have these, Alex Avila or whatever that have kind of the hitters.
Or even Hoyles.
But then they don't. But then they don't hit. They don't hit lefties. Then they don't hit lefties at all, so they can't play that way. So as a two-way low diamond, it comes out number 1 for me.
Yeah, I have him narrowly number 1 ahead of Mathis.
Of course.
But it's close, and Mathis might turn out to be better, and I'm not rushing out to get this card and play him in the league, but I am playing Mathis in my league.
Yeah. I mean, if it's some very high cap, or maybe he'll sneak into an open low diamond, though I sort of doubt it in all honesty. The place actually I think he does become playable potentially is this Hardware Heroes Historical All-Stars thing.
Yeah, that one, just because there are not a lot of cards in that format, I think you're going to play him in the open version of the Mishmash.
Yes, I think he will play there. So for that alone, he's probably I guess he's probably a C if we're saying he's kind of okay, plays in format or two.
I think you could even give him a B just because there aren't a lot of cards quite like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with a B.
All right. Sounds fair. All right, Robbie Thompson. 85 range at second, so I think this is one where that 102 position rating probably is overselling him.
Yeah, I mean, turn double play is best at second base, but still not nearly with as much as range.
Right, and the bat, I mean, he lost his eye again.
Yeah, his eye's gone. We have cards like Julio Franco, who's not even that much worse defensively and just has a whole lot more batting ratings.
Right. How much longer do we get Spotlight packs, Ludwig asks? I think it's 48 hours, so I think it's until tomorrow at either 1 p.m. or it's possibly an hour later or something because the stream started later. That I'm not sure about. We could open Spotlight packs on stream, but we have to make sure they get rigged first. There's a whole procedure,
It's
and
a big
you know how that
process.
goes.
I don't know if we'd be able to arrange it in time.
Yeah, we have to ask ahead of time.
Yeah.
So let's see. I think just the lack of eye kills the card again.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Do we want to talk about Juan Marichal, because we do have to do the draft in the next 30 minutes?
Well, maybe we should just do all 4 of these PT Plus awards at once, since that's basically everyone has to pick one of them.
I didn't
So-
realize PT Plus was a punishment.
Yeah. Juan Marichal is the best of them, I think.
Okay, so Juan Marichal, he has pitcher BABIP and he has control. So actually, in an early era, like a tournament lab type thing, I could get excited about a card like this.
Well, I would normally agree. The
If
problem
not
is
for
that,
Robin Roberts,
right, and
Harvey Haddix.
Haddix also, yeah, and Dave McNally.
Yes,
And,
but if not for the cards that are clearly better than this, I could get really excited about
Right.
this card.
And actually, the new Hasegawa.
Oh, let's see how he's doing.
So yeah, it's a low diamond.
Oh, I
Marichal.
gotta switch accounts to see how he's doing.
I don't think it's quite there. But I think Marichal was actually kind of a big missed opportunity. Because if you leave that card's ratings alone
Yeah.
and you make him a gold, he's
Then I
kind of
think he's in the gold meta, and he's a righty.
yes, he's a pretty much a top tier gold starter then. And now we'd have 2. And you could suddenly start actually thinking about playing righty.
Yeah, and there the little bit of split in pitcher BABIP even helps, because it kind of punishes all these righties.
Right. And the gold meta has been kind of stale for a while because we got a card like Joey Votto. It's a phenomenal hitter versus righties, but they don't exist. So you don't really, you may not put him on your roster even though the card is amazing. The way the one way it's good.
Yeah.
And
so-
having some righties would really open up the gold meta a lot. You'd have to give a lot more thought to, okay, which sorts of cards do I want? How am I going to be able to play them? All that stuff. And yeah, it's really just it feels like a big miss to me.
Yeah, I think putting this card in low diamond is just completely unplayable, and in an early era, it looks more playable, but there's not an era where it jumps ahead of like the cheaper things.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly, Laertes. If the better cards were not there, he'd be great.
Well, I mean, and I think that someone said like if this card was released on launch, we'd be really excited about it.
Yes.
But it's too late for it to be a low diamond. If you want this to play, it has to be a gold, and it wasn't. So it's just won't ever go anywhere.
Yeah.
This is, of course, the best of the 4.
Right. So I think this is probably still just an F, though.
It's still an F. Yeah, I mean, it's the best of them. There's going to be one that's going to get an F minus, maybe even 2 that get an F minus.
Well, see, I think these cards are an excellent test of how well the PT Plus community understands the game. Because I would love to see what the distribution is of which cards were selected out of the pack.
That would be interesting. I mean, the thing is that also because you get kind of the same choice pack effect where, a lot of people are just going to be selling these. And then you just take
Right.
whichever one is the highest buy order.
Which also should be, like... But
Not
hold
a
on,
thing.
to sell them, doesn't someone have to buy one?
Oh, yeah, that is a small problem.
All right, we'll come back to the others, I guess,
Sure.
momentarily. Okay, Ben Ogilvy. Well, the good news is his injury only took out one eye.
Right, he only lost his well, I guess it'd be his
Probably his right eye, yeah.
right eye, yeah.
Yeah, he only lost his right eye. But the problem is in
Yeah,
low
this is-
diamond, I mean, sure there's a little bit of power in the card, but I mean, there are cards in low diamond that have like a lot of power.
Yeah, and other stuff too that isn't just power. You know, more eye, more bat, more defense, more something else.
In fact, we're gonna talk about at least one of them, I think. So having said that, the power, this is probably your best power bat that you can stick in left in low diamond right now.
Yeah, I mean the defense I think is okay to play in low diamond. That the defense seems all right.
You know, like this is sort of the same power Bo Jackson had, but there's certainly more on the card than Bo. If you're willing to platoon him, and I kind of squint a lot, I can probably make this like about the 5th best left fielder in low diamond. The problem is the ones that he'd be behind. You know, he's going to be behind Yelich, who's widely available as a split, is a kind of a platoon card, or Bob Allison the other way. But he's going to be behind Trout. He's going to be behind Dominguez, and again, those are sort of going to be pretty available cards.
Well, I mean, I also have him behind someone like Brett Beatty if he gets kicked from third base eventually.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of other stuff. I mean, I have Dominguez ahead of him too. I have.
And then the Dale Murphy we'll talk about. If you play Dale in left, then Dale's also going to be ahead of this card.
Yeah, I mean, also I have the defense guys in them too. You know, like the Pete Hill and Peter Armstrong and those kind of guys.
See that I'm happy to play them in center, but I think in left I'd rather play this card because I'm not going to value the defense as highly.
Yeah, I mean that's quite possible with that one. So, but even comparing him to the cards of his type, he's not good enough.
All right, so I think this one probably is unplayable again.
Yep.
How about Frank Robinson? So this is the card I thought was the best of the 4. It at least has a good shape for the bat, and the right field defense is not a complete 0.
Yeah, the shape is right, but the ratings are all too low. It's the problem.
Well, I think in most situations, you know, I'd end up with like the Bob Allison or something instead.
Yeah, I think Bob Allison's quite a lot better, actually.
I mean, I still have the best low diamond right fielder as being the limited edition Jason Hayward that I really wish I had bought right at the beginning.
Yep, that card, really good.
I've wanted that card, you know, yeah.
That card is very, very good.
If anyone wants to sell one, I actually that's not true. I'm no longer in the market for stuff, but you know, but if I were in the market, I would totally, you know, pay a ton of points for Jason Hayward right before they release another limited edition that counterfeits it.
As it goes.
Yes. Well, that's true. We're going to see how Shiggy is doing. Shiggy,
he pitched 5 innings.
Well, he did pitch 5 innings. They weren't 5 wonderful innings.
Well, it's facing a fairly good team, so we'll give him a pass on this one.
He gave up a home run to Sal Bando
and Mickey Mantle. That one we could accept, I think.
Mickey Mantle we can accept. Yeah.
All right. Well, he pitched 5 innings. That's something. How much stamina is he on now?
2.
Nice.
72 pitch. Oh, you know what I should do if we're going to run this on him? Now that I think about it, I don't know that he'll go back through the order, but I should probably set the aggressive tired hook as well.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yep. I think that's probably right. So, all right, what do we got next here? Sorry, we're still talking about the Frank Robinson. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, this is, you know,
I think
kind of another.
I think this is the most playable of these. I don't think this is quite an F. I think there is a use case for it. It's just a little bit narrow.
I'd still give it an F in honesty. I think it's just behind Bob Allison and then various other stuff too. I mean, okay, I will say I played both Marichal and Frank Robinson in the mishmash. That's just because I didn't have all the cards I would have wanted to play.
Well, that's true. For the mishmash, that also helps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm missing John Tudor and Greg Maddux and whatnot. So
true. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I would have played those, and then some of these guys
I
probably leave
think
the roster. But
I think we can be generous and give him a D minus. How about that?
sure,
You think he's worse than that?
I think he's worse than that. But in all honesty, yeah, I think just we can just kind of put all the PT plus together and give them an.
How about for PT
collectively,
plus? We'll give him an F plus.
Okay,
We'll give him the
fine.
plus for PT plus.
We can give Marathon F plus too, probably actually, just because of Mishmash.
Yeah, because there is sort of like the one narrow use case. All right.
Yeah, well, he's barely usable if you don't own every card.
Brooks Robinson, on the other hand,
All right. Well, what I will say is, if you pick this on the survey for worst F of the set, congratulations. Uh,
Wow. We got an excellent Brooks Robinson last year.
we did.
We also got a silver Brooks Robinson that was better than this, possibly.
Okay, so what I said when this card was released, which I will say again, I would not have played this card in Iron at launch, and it is a low diamond 3 months later.
But would you play this ahead of the Greg Nettles that we wouldn't have played in Iron at launch?
That's an interesting question. I thought about that one. I think no.
Yeah, I'm looking for something good to say here. Still looking.
For some reason, he has a blue Orioles logo. That's kind of fun.
Yeah? Yeah, I like the card art. Like the card art. He has reverse splits. That
He won't strike out.
Yeah, but you sort of wish he would on occasion. Yeah, this is going to be up there in the running for the worst card of the set, I think. But
Yeah.
but I think there's another contender coming up.
Really?
All right, Matt
Well, I think-
Thornton.
I thought this one's better than the other one, but okay.
I don't.
That works
We'll,
the other
we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt Thornton. So we've seen some pictures of this shape. You know, he doesn't have the pitcher BABIP, but you know, it's kind of a high, low sort of card otherwise. And the funny thing is, even with the low pitcher BABIP, he still grades out for me as the top low diamond reliever.
Yeah, I have him as a Hetland reliever also.
So okay, so I figured you'd have him lower because your model seemed to punish the low pitcher BABIP a little more than mine.
It's all right with it when there's enough stuff, basically. It
Yeah.
seems.
Kazken thinking we get an S for defense on the Brooks, or let's see. He also, he has 3 pitches, but you know, yeah, I guess 12 stamina is not going to work. Yeah, so I think this is still a really solid card. I'm not going to run him above low diamond, and you have to be a little careful with the splits, but I think this is a solid A.
Yeah, I think so too. That seems about right. We do, by the way, have plenty of minutes. We probably should go do the
All right,
do the
let's
draft quickly.
Should we do it now, or should we finish low diamond?
We can do these quickly.
All right,
But-
speed round the rest of low diamond. AJ Pollock.
AJ
AJ
Pollock is a
Decent
decent platoon center fielder.
if
I
he
don't
had,
think I'll ever
if
get
he
played
had
this card.
eye. If he had eye.
Yeah, I mean the defense is good. He's going to be a better hitter versus lefties than Bradley, but yeah.
So I've got him
might as well- might as well
fourth.
play
I've
him.
got him fourth in center, but when we come talk about Dale Murphy, I think that would kill any chance of wanting to play this one.
Well, I don't want Dale Murphy in center, but
No, but it means you have to run like one of Murphy or Trout, you know, or Jackie or like something.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, I just don't think I'll ever fit this in. it's like a platoon card on the bad side of low diamond platoon. When you can just play your Jackie Bradley or Pete Armstrong or whoever the other way and just take the defense and it'll be fine.
Yeah, if this card had 20 more points of eye, I would find a way to play it.
Oh yeah, I think it'd be quite good then. At least the one way. But
All right. So now about the other PT Plus card, and now, okay, this is actually shocking to me. So this card has 7 sell orders and a higher last 10.
well, okay. So I will say on my version of the game at least, I need to scroll to see their eye, and then if you open Sandy Alomar, he looks great.
Yeah, that's true. If your eyes are closed.
Well, everything but okay. If this card had any kind of eye, even like 60, 70 eye, this is going to be a really good card.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's
but
no
it
eye.
Doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, the thing. So I basically have this better than Brooks because I think catcher defense is worth a lot more than third base defense, and his catcher defense is okay.
The problem is even with the catcher defense, the bat's so bad. Okay, let me figure out how many defensive catchers I have.
Oh no, I'm
ahead of
I'm
this
not
guy.
trying to argue it as a good card. I'm trying to argue it as a slightly better card than Brooks Robinson.
Okay, but I'm trying to figure out how many cards are actually behind this one. Like with a defensive shape. Okay.
Oh, defensive shape, you mean?
Okay. Actually, I was gonna say that can't be right, and then I went and double checked the model, and I think it is. I think in open low diamond, I would rather run Brian Downing than this card.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. There's a lot of. I mean, obviously you're playing Mathis, but Downing does have a lot of defense.
Yeah.
Probably you also want Hank Severin too.
Yes, Severin as well. Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's just.
So I think this card is actually, to me, even more disappointing. But the biggest problem with this card, look at the last 10. And there are 7 people. Okay, if there are 7 sell orders, that means there are at least 7 people that looked at one of these choice packs and decided to take Sandy Alomar.
Instead of what? Taking one of the other cards we don't think are playable anywhere?
Yes, but they chose this card.
Yeah. So I mean I will say what I've done with my choice pack is I'm not opening it. I probably will never open it. Because in some point, in theory, the card could be an emission, and then it might actually have value. But until then, they're all worthless.
So, yeah, Brooks Robinson, has less value than Sandy Alomar, apparently.
I think Robinson is slightly worse than Alomar.
I'm just blown away by the number of people that have picked Sandy Alomar.
Well, it's honestly amazing to me anyone picked either. I mean, 5 people are trying.
All right, I'm going to have to ask the people in chat that have PT Plus. Which one did you pick? See if anybody picked Alomar. I'm just curious. Okay, so Marichal.
I mean, I assume that pretty much everyone is going to be taking Marichal or Robinson.
I ended up buying Marichal and then picking Robinson. Mr. Audit took Sandy Alomar. Okay, but Mr. Audit, was there a theme team involved?
Yeah, Ozzy, I think I bought Marichal and Robinson for a combined little over 10K, so that's fine.
Wait, several people saying they would have taken Sandy. All right.
Well, Brooks, Sandy.
All right, we really need to convince people that cards need eye.
Mostly, you can live without it if you have a ton of everything else.
So for me, I think the Sandy Alomar is the worst in the set.
I would go for Brooks, but
I think they both get the minus though.
oh yeah, absolutely. It's just like a question of now we're not in levels of F, we're in levels of F minus.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say also, I think this was by quite a lot the worst of the PT Plus awards. To this point.
The difference is for Sandy Alomar, I see 2 low irons that are better than him, and 3 irons that are better overall. And for Brooks, there's only 1 iron that's better.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's bad with that. Wait, are we sure that like Ryan Schiff is better than Brooks too? Maybe even Iron Jackie.
I thought the Iron Jackie was really only a first baseman, or does he play a little bit of third?
No, that's the Bronze Jackie. The
Okay.
Bronze Jackie's the Iron Jackie's the third baseman.
But you're right, Schimpf might be better. It's close.
How many irons are better?
Huh. Wow.
Like, I mean, these are astonishingly bad cards.
All right. Well, I'm thinking the tiebreaker should be how many irons are better, and I do think Alomar loses on that one. Although
Wait,
it's maybe
by
a little
losing,
bit
you-
cheap because Mathis, really isn't an iron.
Right. Maybe we should count launch irons. Then it's tied.
Then it's tied. No, hold on, wait. Weren't both Severid and
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Severid, Downing, Kingman, and Schimpf were all
Schimpf.
launch cards. Amazing.
And Kingman was very much a launch card, and still is.
Yeah.
I was realizing this the other day that, the way our attitudes about baseball keep changing. I'm wondering if, like, 2 or 3 decades from now, we're going to think that Dave Kingman was was the card that most deserved to be in the Hall of Fame and, got a bad rap.
Yeah. Maybe. That's a lot of home runs. Home runs are good.
Home runs, walks, played defense.
Yeah. I love that.
All right. Well, we can keep thinking about the tiebreaker. We'll do our tiebreaker at the end. Real quick, because we got to get a draft started. Dale Murphy. Dale Murphy, good.
Well, Dale Murphy, good one way. Dale Murphy, a lot less good the other way.
And it's the wrong way, which is too bad. Because reverse splits don't help so much. I still think I'm going to play this card a lot, but the splits are going to make it tricky to figure out how.
I probably will play it, but it is a tricky card to fit in. If this had not such extreme splits, I think I'd be more interested in it.
Is he better than Yelich? So I think Yelich, it's nicer to have a lefty with these splits than a righty with these splits because most right-handed pitchers also have a split.
Yeah, I have them fairly similar versus righties only. But I think Murphy will be better versus lefties than Yelich. So Murphy is probably a slightly better card.
Yeah, I have Murphy, I have Murphy kind of as the top, not just left, but actually center field option.
Yeah, I still have
because
the
bat's
defense.
good enough. I'm still actually going to play Jackie in center, and I'm going to play
Yeah.
Murphy in left. But
Yeah, I have Bradley and Pete Crow Armstrong as kind of pretty clearly the two best center field options in Low Diamond.
and I wish this card played a bad right field instead of we're just qualified to learn, because then I would probably just try to run him there.
I wish it played catcher.
Oh, actually, well, I'm going to run Mathis.
This is a good bat for a catcher.
He did play catcher, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he played it this year, so he didn't get it, but we could definitely see a Dale Murray at some point in the future that has catcher.
So it's an interesting card. I think the splits are a real flaw. So it's probably more like, what do you think, like a B?
I think I'd probably give it a C, but yeah, C or B.
You can't give it a C. He's not a catcher.
Fair enough. All right, we'll give him a B then.
If you were a catcher, you know. All right, one last one, and then we'll switch.
This is. I think we can go through this one pretty quickly. This Kelly Gribber, we can just. Card is nothing of any use. So. F. I mean, it's probably not quite enough minus, but it's not that far, I guess. Oh, okay. I was starting to think it was just me. Yes. I can no longer hear you. Did you mute?
Oh, sorry. Is this working again?
Yes, I hear you now.
Okay. Well, in that case, you missed the best content ever when I accidentally may have muted myself.
Just all of the. Well, I guess we had another hour, more technical difficulties. We're right on time.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of our hourly ad break, it's an hourly technical difficulties break.
Yeah.
All right, so we got our TWIP draft, high stakes TWIP draft because we got 5 packs on the line potentially, depending on how we did on the rest of the questions.
Yeah.
So, and I guess we can peek maybe after we draft. But let's see how we did. 1995 settings. Here we go.
We only have 7 minutes, so we should try to go quickly.
No. As long as we start it, we're good.
Oh, right. This is fire system. Okay.
Actually, this is an interesting choice.
Well, there's 3 options.
Yeah.
I think I would take Bellinger Wells.
I don't hate Gunnar either, actually.
I don't, but I don't like taking both Gunnar and Wells because then we have too much position overlap, it feels like.
So one of them has to play short.
Well, Wells is a fine shortstop, but then, we have 2 shortstop third basemen, and then we find another good one, we can't take it anymore.
I do think Gunnar and Wells are the 2 best of the cards, though.
They might be. Pick Neshek and force him to start game 1.
Pick Neshek. Yeah.
This is, by the way, a big trap card, especially if people use Go. I've seen a lot of people asking, "Is this?"
Oh
Neshek
yeah,
good?
because
No.
it looks good,
No.
and then you actually have to look at the card.
It looks really good. Yeah.
This pink Holly would look good, I think, too, if you didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fine with any of 2 of those 3. Really, I tend to go for a little more flexibility, so I'd probably take Bellinger and one of the infielders. But I don't think there's a mistake
wish
here.
Bellinger had like a little more of a bat.
I mean, it's 995. It's a lot of home run.
All right, then what if we go Bellinger and Gunnar?
That's fine too. I'm fine with any of those 2.
All right, we'll go Bellinger Gunnar. Let's do it.
Fine. Yeah.
Oh well, here we. All right, this is a better start to a draft than we've had in a while.
This is another tough pick, actually.
These are 5 playable cards in Alan Trammell.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're always taking Grayson Rodriguez.
Yeah, we're taking Grayson, and I kind of just want the big bat, but Taj Bradley's solid too.
Well, that's a good point Kaskin makes. We could have taken Hader and Neshek.
I was going to say
both specialists. That would have been good.
Take Hader and Neshek.
We have the back end of the bullpen covered. Only one way each.
I mean, Hader's not bad. Yes, he's splitty.
I think we're always taking Bradley over Hader. So I think it's Hader.
I don't hate Thames. What do you think?
No, I think Thames is probably pretty good.
So Bradley's a good idea if we reach a game 2.
Right. Let's just try to get out of the first round. Let's take Thames.
All right. We like
We never do
we like our big bats.
Yeah.
You know what? We've
Wow,
got
what
another
is
really
that?
good diamond round.
Okay, this
Um,
one's easy.
Well, I don't know. Actually, I'm a little torn between three cards. Sorry, we're taking James Wood. Let me start with that.
Okay, of course, James Wood.
The difficult decision is this Incaviglia would just be another huge bat at DH. But Joe Niekro is also a
Yeah,
really
Niekro-
good option.
Nikko is good. I think we're just
I think
trying
just
to
go
bash
Inky.
people at this point.
We're just going Inky. It's 1995.
Yeah.
We're going with the Pete Incaviglia that even Pete Incaviglia's mother would not have created a card this good.
Oh, there we go. Moro pairs well with Nishek and Hater.
Moro does pair well. Exactly. I think we're just going more power.
Yeah, more power. Just hit all the home runs.
You know what?
We could take both relievers.
I've seen worse rounds than this too.
Can we take both relievers? I kind of want to take both relievers.
Well, do you take both relievers or do you get greedy and take Kevin Mitchell?
Then we have to play either Mitchell or Incaviglia in the field.
It's 1995. Stick
I
one of
think
at
I
first
would-
base.
And then we have Tim's there.
Okay, does Incaviglia play left? No. Does Thames play? No.
He played
Thames
left.
plays left. I mean, Kevin Mitchell might be our starting left fielder. Actually, it's Clippard.
Okay, I think
it's Clippard
I
and
think it's
Kenley,
al-
isn't it?
I think it's always Clippard and then probably Kenley.
Well, you know, we could take Jack Arm Mediocre. Is that we?
We could. I mean, his home run is going to be pretty good in this era, but
All right, we'll
Yeah.
go two relievers.
yeah, that looks good to me.
All right. You know what? I've seen worse gold rounds than this too.
Yeah, this actually looks like quite a
Okay,
good
so
goal
we're
round.
definitely taking Vita.
Yep.
And I guess the decision is so Wells is a solid, third bullpen arm, and I don't hate taking a third bullpen arm in this format.
No, I don't either. I think I would take
Sewell's
Sewell, though.
good though as well. I think.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think it's Sewell. The main
it's
issue
Sewell.
with Sewell is, are you gonna run him at short?
Well, we're going
Or are you
to
running
play
Gunnar
Gunnar
at short?
better at short, so we're playing Sewell at third probably. But I guess Andy Page, does Andy Page play anything that's not in the outfield?
No.
I guess we don't really have a left fielder. We could take Andy Page's and play him in left, Inky and DH. Either of those.
I would run Sewell at short if we did it that way, simply because you want Gunnar in the lineup a little more.
All right, that's fine.
But I'm fine with Pages as well. Pius, I think that's what we decided is how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I think those are two best options here.
I mean,
I
Pius, this is a decent amount of power.
It is a lot of power. He's a bit. Actually, he has no range either. That outfield rating is sort of not.
But he has an
correct.
arm, so you stick him in right.
And Wood plays left. Yeah, I guess. I think it's probably still Sewell.
Are we going to run him at... Actually, I don't hate running Sewell as a backup.
That's true. Also, all right. We'll probably get more good outfielders. I think they're more good outfielders and more good shortstops.
All right. Well, we continue to get some solid options here.
Wow, this is actually a tough pick. Okay, I think we're taking Slim Jones for sure.
Well, we always get tough picks, but just the opposite type.
Not this way. This is like we saved it all up for this draft.
All right. So
I mean,
because of the era, I think we have
think
to
it's
at least
Hundley, yeah.
think about Hundley.
I think it is Hundley. I think it's Hundley and Jones.
Well,
No,
but Dode also solves a lot of problems for us.
It does. It does.
Because
but
you get
it's-
90
I guess-
range in center.
Yeah, maybe it is.
I mean, well, Bellinger
Yes.
can play. Well, Bellinger could play center.
It is the bad. It is the bad Ted Kluszewski.
Bellinger could play center. We're not taking Heine Manouche, I take it.
No, not taking Heidi Manouche. Man, this is actually a really difficult pick.
Slim Jones is also a really good option, though.
No, I think we're definitely taking Slim Jones.
Okay, but then it's got to be Hundley because he just fits the era so well.
Yeah.
And then we
When we have
skip
two
Dode.
starters.
Well, okay, so you run Bellinger in center, Wood in left, and we hope to find a right fielder somewhere.
Yeah, Wood can probably play right. Wood's not so bad.
Okay.
All right. Sure.
Or we pick up Jeremy Giambi, who's perfect for the era, and try to stick his 45 range in left.
He's worse than Inky. We are just gonna hit a million home runs.
So do we just teach Inky to play left field?
No, I think we take Chris Woodward and play him at second. That looks good.
That does look really solid. 93 range. Wish he had more eye, but you know.
Yeah. Good defense.
And then just Velasquez, maybe?
Yeah, I like Velasquez.
It's amazing how much easier these drafts are when we actually look at the cards.
Yeah, it does help. It really does help. This round is not great.
Worst round we've had.
Definitely worst round we've had. Not bad draft. It's now a bad draft.
Okay, so what do we got here? So Furpo Marbury, first off, is not a starter.
No, it's also just not a pitcher.
I
guess in the era.
For the era, I'm not sure I hate throwing him in the pen.
In the era, maybe it's okay.
Because this is a tough round.
Yeah, so maybe we do take him. And then maybe we just take the Bill Dickey to get a...
Just that's the other catcher? Is that you're thinking?
We don't have to take a catcher later then.
Yeah, all right. We can do that. I was checking the live to see if there was anything in there, and there isn't. All right. See if we can get a better silver round here.
No, we got a better catcher. I think that Alex Ramirez, I think, is going to help us a lot. That card's decent.
Yeah, it's another of these cards that we wish had a little more eye, but we'll manage to make work.
Yeah. And that can play right field.
And then probably Cactus?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Oh, actually, Jocko Flynn is actually, I think, maybe better. Jocko Flynn's decent.
So Jocko Flynn's probably better in general. The question is just whether for the era.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. They're probably similar for the era, I guess.
Might still be Jocko, yeah. Yeah, I think it's Jocko.
Yeah, either one of them.
Oh, hey, EVC, thanks for the raid. And congratulations.
Oh, yeah, congrats. Great. You know why EVC is waiting to rip his packs? It's because he has to get in touch with the riggers.
Yeah, no, that's right.
He didn't do it.
Yeah, did you register your packs for rigging? This Joey Gallo is like exactly what we need for the era.
Yep, I think it's Gallo and Marshall Bridges.
And Bridges, yeah, perfectly fine for the era. I gotta say, I mean, we're gonna lose in the first round, but I have seen worse TWIP drafts.
Absolutely.
And this is actually a solid round too.
Yeah,
so,
there's a lot.
Like Pat Malone, I'm perfectly happy to end up with.
He's bad for the era is the problem.
It's not ideal, but
on lock is a pretty good hitter.
So currently, who do we have playing second? We have Woodward playing second.
Yeah. Oh, we probably could use a back second baseman. Do we have someone we can... No, not really. And Dylan Tate, I think, is also pretty decent live.
Well, I was thinking. I mean, Erskine again doesn't fit the era perfectly, but I was thinking like Erskine and Malone maybe.
Yeah.
You have a lot of pitcher BABIP in there.
I think Danny Cox is also sort of decent. Oh, this maybe okay for the era too.
Actually, I mean, Cox is a little splitty. We could do Cox.
Yeah, maybe Cox and Malone. How many pitchers do we have? 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cox and Malone we could do.
All right, and then we got to get some... All right,
okay.
Well, so this is the one position Jackie, but I still think, like, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Especially because he's like a good platoon partner for Tim's.
Well, he's reverse splits. Big reverse splits.
But that's right. That's right. Thames is the lefty who faces lefties.
Yeah.
I still think we
Why
probably
putting him-
end up with
Yeah, I
Jackie
think
though.
we'll take Jackie. Yeah. I think we'll
I would have liked an outfielder
take Jackie. This is our last
or a second base. Oh,
We only have one, so I
All
think
right.
we have to take
let's
base.
take Colton Wong.
Unless there's another card that plays second base here, but I don't think
Don't
there
think
is.
there is. All right, that works. You're being really optimistic. We're actually trying to get backups at every position.
This draft is good. Draft is quite good.
Gabagoo is asking, how does pack rigging work for streamers if two streams are going at once? So you see, we've got like a super secret server where we coordinate these things because they can only like give one streamer the special button at a time.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I guess we just take the goat, right?
Sure.
Is Brenton Doyle
Um,
actually better for the era?
We probably could use one more infield. Oh, we only get two here, so we need one pitcher and one position player. Okay.
Okay, so we need one pitcher. McDermott
I don't know.
at least has pitcher
don't-
BABIP.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Fire Eisen maybe is okay.
McDermott looks a little better, probably.
Actually, how about Jason Beret?
Yeah,
This looks pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, more home run. I like that.
And we need.
I think.
Well, Gabagoo that too.
Yeah, probably want an outfielder.
So I'd say it's either Goat with like all of the eye, or Brenton Doyle with some power but no eye and a better glove.
Probably we'd rather have the glove if he's going to be kind of a backup.
You're thinking we should have at least one outfielder that can catch the ball?
Yeah. Well, we have Bellinger.
Yeah. Two
we don't-
outfielders that can
that-
catch the ball.
Yeah, I think it's probably Doyle.
All right, let's
Doyle
do it.
also should have speed. I'm pretty sure that's a quite fast player.
Doesn't look like it. All right. I think we managed it. This is the strongest draft we've had to lose in the first round in quite a while.
By far.
Um,
By far.
and we'll have to check. I guess we should wait to check till we go through the card. So I'm going to guess what we're going to do is probably not get through the tournament recommendations. So we'll score it just on the stuff we got to.
Probably not, yeah.
So we'll just score it on the S tier and F tier card and the tiebreakers, I think is the way to do it.
We probably should switch Furpo with Vince Velasquez, though.
Oh yeah, let's see what we got here. So yeah, definitely switch Furpo. And see what they want to do out of the pen. This is a legitimately
Sure.
good
No,
pitching.
this is
Yeah.
actually a good team.
And lineups. We're just running Inky and okay. So I think Gallo
No,
is
no,
the
we should
DH
put-
here, right?
We should
No,
also
wait, no. Gallo's a left fielder. Well, Gallo.
yeah.
No, hold on.
And then we can play Alex Ramirez the other way to platoon with Gallo.
So for Inky and Gallo, which is the least bad left fielder?
I guess they're pretty similar. I guess it doesn't really matter. Probably just Gallo so that Inky can not get tired since we're good play platooning Gallo with Alex Ramirez.
That
Okay, well,
works.
certainly I wouldn't have Inky backing up right field. I would switch that with Ramirez.
Yes. And then I guess.
Oh, hold on. Wood and Bellinger should also switch.
Oh yeah, wait. What? All right. Whatever they're doing here, let's try that again. Inky is definitely not an outfielder. Let's be.
Yeah.
really-
Otherwise, this looks.
let's take him
pretty
off the
good.
depth chart, and then the other way, maybe you run Ramirez as the other DH.
Yeah, I think we were
Actually, hold on, but this is the. This is a pretty
Oh, we
good
could
Jackie.
DH
I think actually this
first-
Jackie's the DH maybe.
And then with first base, Well, Jackie's at first.
You
And
just played
Thames
Thames on
would
the wrong
be at-
side.
Well, he'd be at DH then. I mean, Jackie's about the first baseman.
Sure, yeah.
So then we'd have Thames
And
DH
switch Wood and
Key left.
Bellinger.
Yeah, that's fine. That looks all right.
This is legitimately not a hopeless draft.
No, this I think this is actually pretty good.
All right, I got to put up a poll on this one. You know, I'm just curious where we're at here.
All right, so I guess we should go check to see what people said we were gonna take.
Maybe I guess we should do it after we finish the cards and then
Oh,
go
that's
through,
true.
right?
Finish the cards. Yeah.
All right, we'll see how everyone thinks we did. We'll put up a little poll.
It's certainly the best script draft we have had in however many times we've done this.
Yes, by far.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, especially the first 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds are really good.
Yeah, it's hard to get through good diamond rounds.
Yeah.
We actually had multiple choices that we would have been pretty happy with and didn't take.
Yeah.
So not bad. All right. Let's go through the rest of the cards and then we'll score the predictions and we'll probably have to save the tournament formats. So next we got. We're going to do this just about right, and then I think we'll be able to raid into DishNet.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we don't have so many cards left.
Yeah, go through a few cards, do our wrap-up thing, have a little discussion.
Yep.
Possibly shut down by Ben Sheets in round 1. I could see that.
I mean, Ben Sheets at least, we're not going to be stressing his BABIP, his PBABIP too much. We just have so much power.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, our team does have power, which is exactly the right thing for the era, right? So, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Hold on, did that say, I haven't looked at my team at all, does that say a 185 ERA?
Where? Oh, for Joss, yeah, that does. That's not
That is impressive.
I've heard this Jeff Mathis card is good.
Oh yeah, how's Mathis doing? Are you running Mathis?
I'm not.
I haven't really checked in at all on this. Well, 288 catcher ERA is
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was had a slight lead in my division, so I started training some guys.
Oh, should I look at the standings? Let me see how bad is it. You're up 24 game. Are you going to clinch before Saturday?
It's quite possible. Yeah, I don't know. The other 4 teams in my division are not the strongest.
Oh wow, I got a really tough division.
Yeah, it is a tough division. Actually, this is kind of a tough league overall.
You know what? Did I wonder if I accidentally set Friends League?
Oh, maybe. That's possible.
I feel bad for kind of the other couple teams that got in this is a rough division.
Yeah. Well, I definitely got the luck of the draw division wide. Oh, actually, my Tor Anthony's done. I can switch him back to right field now.
Anyway, Zach Cozart. Actually, I'm curious. What is my Bancroft's? Okay, Bancroft is hitting 175 in Diamond. 256 slug, 520 OPS.
But he saved 20 runs in 100 games.
But he actually, yes, has actually saved 20 runs. I love that card.
Yeah,
that's a
great card.
All you need is glove, right?
Yep.
Speaking of, how about Zach Cozart? So, one position player, shortstop with 89 range, and that's going to be the big difficulty is figuring out how to make that work because it means if he's not a starter, you don't play him, and we're now into like full diamond, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is actually a pretty good shortstop versus left only in high diamond, but he only plays one position. I don't think his bat is good enough to DH, so he's not going to be like a DH backup kind of situation. I think it's actually a fairly decent card, but it's a very difficult one to use.
So even though he's much better versus left, there aren't a lot of really good gloves available in diamond at shortstop that have any semblance of a bat. Like I was running the tournament edition A-Rod for a while. This is a better glove. So I think your options, you can run Roy Smalley, and
Yep.
Roy Smalley is like exactly my type of card because the one thing the bat has is eye, and you get the 97 range. So you got glove, you got eye. I mean, do you really need, even got a little bit of power? You don't need anything
Yeah,
else.
I like Smalley.
So Smalley is exactly the kind of shape that I would normally like running. But if you're not going to run Smalley, I'm not sure there's another card that has this kind of combination. Like Nasim Nunez isn't crazy for me to run because of the glove,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
like
but it's
Nunez.
a worse bat.
I like also Jackson Holiday, but it's the same kind of problem.
Holiday
where he only plays-
is also splitty, but here's
Yeah.
the thing is if you compare Holiday, Holiday you're only getting 85 range, and the difference with Cozart is you're getting a much more competitive range. Like because the comparison, I think the cheap option here now is this John Valentin, where you get 95 range. Cozart's going to be a lot more competitive with Valentin. So I have Cozart. If I had to run a two-way shortstop, Cozart's actually the one I'd run, which is crazy given the splits.
Well,
But
the thing is that
it's still the one I'd end up running because you're getting 89 range, and against righties you're still getting 88 eye and 82 power and like enough of the three true outcomes to want to do it.
I think the problem for me with Cozart mainly is that High Diamond doesn't have a whole lot of left-hand starting pitchers. It has Mike Cuellar, who's quite good. It has Mark Burley, who's good, but there aren't a lot of them. And it has Roy Partlow, who's kind of on the fringes. And then it's a lot of righties.
And there's going to be the Harry Bikine we should talk about in a little bit.
Well, I have that a bit below, actually, the Burley and Partlow. But which I guess is not surprising. So I'm probably still more interested in running a Smalley or even probably Jackson Holiday than Cozart, but I think he's somewhere in the mix. It's just I feel like it's a difficult card to use fully.
The other thing is this is a position where a lot of these cards, there are just a lot of OOTP era tournaments, and this card does play them. You have the same problem with Holiday, but some of the other
Right.
cards we talked about are not going to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very similar to Holiday in a lot of ways, where it's good one way. Holiday at least does have the second base, which does come in handy sometimes. But usually you're playing Volpe there.
See, Ajax, you're asking about Willie Wells. We're still talking about diamond tournaments, so Wells wouldn't be
Yeah.
eligible. If you're looking at perfect shortstops, then there are a bunch that jump ahead of all these cards.
Yeah, Willie Wells is better than Zach Cozart, but
Definitely,
there's
yeah,
also a
definitely
lot of other perfects better than
Wells, but
Willie
there are
Wells.
also several others.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure what to think about Cozart. I mean, I'm if I can fit in a shortstop platoon, I'll play him. If I can't, I'm not sure.
I think he'd be my starting shortstop, and so for me, I'd kind of want to make him an A tier card, except the bat's just so splitty. It makes the lineup construction tough. So maybe he then ends up like a B or C, maybe closer to. I mean, if
think
he's the top shortstop, he probably should be a B, I guess.
I think I'd give it a C, but yeah, it's somewhere between a C and a B.
How about a B minus?
Sure.
Um, but I do think this is one of the cards that I'm most interested in, of the like bigger cards from this set.
Um, yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's not the one I'm the most interested
Um, okay, well then let's get to the one that you're most interested in, which is clearly this Ralph Kiner, right? Um,
in. Yep,
I mean,
it's a lot of power and a lot of eye.
it is. Are you actually willing to run this card in left field?
No.
Okay, so if you're not willing to run him in left, so we're looking at him as a DH. So I have him as the 10th best DH in Diamond, like as a two-way
I have
card.
him actually.
As a two-way
I
card.
think I have him actually even lower than that.
Um,
Yeah, like 15th or something.
this is also the first Ralph Kiner I've seen that doesn't have significant reverse splits.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we've often actually gotten Ralph Kiners that had quite good defense and had center field. So this, I guess, is just a different part of his career than we usually have been getting.
Right, and it's not a peak Kiner, so we might get one of those later on.
Yeah. But yeah, as a DH, I don't think it really gets close because it's just behind all the first base guys, Gehrig and Giambi and Chris Davis the one way, and Cavilla, and they do Vladimir Guerrero.
Yep.
So.
Oh, hey, hi to Dr. Dynastic. Great. All right, does War? Yeah, Nightbot's probably not going to let the shout out thing work, does it?
Nightbot. If there's a thing that we can do, Nightbot's not going to like it. Pretty much. Nightbot is a cantankerous individual.
Okay, it doesn't return anything. All right. Well, we need to figure out how to make Nightbot work. But Dr. Dynastic, who just hit 1,000 followers, we did a great celebration stream. And I think we need to do a rematch where we take some of these. We did our 1901 versus 2001 team, and I think we need a rematch. So he was nice enough to take his 2001 A's and come try to play in at the old Huntington grounds.
Okay.
And it turned out that a Moneyball team that basically just tries to like walk and get on base and has no BABIP. Stopped hitting home runs in 1901.
Well, it's hard when there's no fence.
Yeah. But now I think we're going to have to do a rematch where we're going to try to take our dead ball team and.
Yeah, that's also probably not going to go so great.
Yep. That's what I was saying. I love the way he calls games, and I want to see if we can figure out how to get an 1876 game. Because like that, I would love to see Dr. Dynastic calling like one of those Tourney Lab style things.
1876 was, yeah. I mean, it's a little sad that Pitcher Battle kind of is going to make that tournament a lot less interesting this year, I think. If it ever runs again, but
I think we should. I do think we should try to run it. You know what? You know what we could do that might fix it. What if we try to get them to run it as a perfect draft?
Well, that could be kind of fun. Yeah, that could be interesting. I mean, maybe it actually won't matter though, because PBAP doesn't prevent the error, does it? I don't think it would.
No, I think that's right. So then you have.
So maybe it's still fine because really all you cared about was reducing the errors.
We'll see. Yeah, so this kind of I have him around 10th best as a DH, somewhere like in there, and I think that's just too low really to want to DH him. Yes, it's full diamond, and some of the cards in front of him are expensive. Well,
but not all of them. I mean,
but the problem is the top 4 of them are all first basemen as well.
Right. You would think you have this launch Manny Ramirez, who I have better than Kiner. That's a card that doesn't cost really much at all anymore.
I mean, if not for all these first basemen, what I've kind of wanted to do was platoon like somebody with Joe Morgan or something like that. But if you have but the problem is if you have Giambi, Gehrig, and Fox, you're already stuck because that's really 2.5 DHs.
Yeah, pretty much. And then you also, you have Chris Davis too, who at least the one way is just as good as those guys.
or the tournament edition Ted. I
Yeah, this is
still
the
think
whole
of
round of
those, the
stuff.
Morgan's the one I prefer, but then I prefer Giambi and Gehrig over Morgan. And so if
Right.
you've got
Yeah.
both, you're running one of them.
Yep. Completely agree. So Kiner is just kind of. I think this would have been a good card maybe 3 months ago, but um, as it is, it's
Yeah,
not quite getting
yeah.
there.
I think it's maybe. I don't think it's quite an F because I do think that if you don't have a full card collection, you
No,
can find a
yeah.
way to
I
play
mean,
them.
we just rattled off a whole bunch of 150K cards, so
Yeah.
uh, yeah, not everyone's gonna have those.
But on the other hand, at the moment, Kiner, like for 75K, I think you'd rather buy yourself, well, James Wood is probably under 75K at this
James Wood, I
point.
think, is last, but James Wood, you like
And
playing the
even if
outfield,
you
so
had to
that's good.
run James Wood as a DH, you'd rather run him.
Yeah.
I think Avila is probably cheaper too because none of the Baseball Reference 1 cards ended up in this mission.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I just don't think Kiner quite makes it there.
Okay, so maybe like a D?
Yeah, I guess it can be a D. It's certainly if you have a full collection, it's an F. But
Yeah. No, Kinder was really good on launch.
Yes.
I think I rocked this meant Kiner, but
yeah, that card actually was pretty good. It got a lot less play than I thought it should have.
so Ajax, to replace you the ranking, we do have a YouTube link where we put up all the past VODs and things like that.
Yeah.
So that's probably the best way to do it. Oh yeah, and everyone, I guess we should keep like pleading to everybody for follows. If we can hit like 1,000 follows, we'll do something special or something. We're probably a ways away from that, but
We can have a long stream for once.
yeah, there you go. Yes, no matter how
also,
kind you are, German kids are Kinder. Yes.
Very good.
Sehr
Yeah,
gut.
if you have particular cards you're interested in, generally, if you ask around in Discord, people will be pretty willing to give you advice.
Yeah, or we can, I mean, if there's one specifically,
can-
we can
once
kind
per
of
card
take
here,
a
yeah.
look. Yeah, we can mention one. Yeah, is there something specific? Just looking at. Meanwhile, look at Tommy Harper.
Sure.
So again, going for 100K, I guess, because he's new and because of the missions.
Yeah, I think this is a purely mission.
But what you're getting is you're getting a third baseman, better defense than Brooks Robinson. Also plays second with 95 range, and so with this range and this arm, if he were eligible at short, then this might be the strongest card of the set.
It might be. I mean, okay, so I think this is a second baseman and not any other position. I don't think this plays third, left, or center because they're better batters at third, and left and center is not good enough defensively. Thomas is a pure second baseman. I think he's just worse than Anthony Volpe.
So that's interesting because I think I'm willing to play him at third. So I have Volpe. I have him second as a second baseman, but behind Volpe, and you'd rather play Volpe. And if you platoon, Morgan's bat kind of could go somewhere too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Morgan's not a
At
second
third,
baseman; he's a DH, I guess.
At third, I have him behind a whole lot of stuff. Jimmy Fox, Lou Gehrig playing out of position, Paul Molitor.
Is Lou Gehrig eligible?
Nope. It doesn't care. It likes Giambi, it likes James Wood out of position, it likes Jordan Walker. Actually, can't. It's like they're just a whole lot of stuff.
Okay, so I prefer third basemen that do have a. I know this is something we've gone back and forth on, where your model is just happy to run bats at third and kind of punt on defense there.
Pretty much, yeah.
I do want to run a glove at third if I can. So for me, kind of the comparison would be Josh Donaldson, where Donaldson has another like 20 plus points of eye. Otherwise, the shape's not that different, but he has another 20 plus points of eye, and then Harper actually has a significantly better glove than Donaldson.
I do think.
So here's Harper, and I'll put Donaldson back up. So I have the two wrong Donaldson. So I have the two of them pretty close, but Donaldson is a little bit better against lefties, and Harper's kind of a flatter split, and so for that reason, I think I'd rather play Harper of the two, but it's very close.
So I have Harper slightly above Donaldson, but I have them both as basically completely unplayable at third.
Yeah, it's funny. We went through this on the stream last time with Donaldson, where it entirely came down to, is third base defense actually meaningful? If it is, you're playing Donaldson, and if it isn't, you're just playing a pure bat.
Yeah. No, seriously, it just says play Lou Gehrig. Lou Gehrig, good. Play him at third. No problem.
Right. So, but for those of us that prefer playing third baseman at third, then I think it's basically Harper, Donaldson, or looking for some kind of platoon where you're playing like Tony Perez one way and maybe Colson Montgomery or something the other way.
You could play Chris Davis at third. He actually does play third. He's like a 50 there.
But he doesn't. He doesn't play third.
He does. He can stand right by third base, and then he can bat and hit a home run.
Chris Davis plays third in the same way that Jimmy Fox plays third.
Yes, I like Jimmy Fox at third too.
Okay. Actually, no, but Jimmy Fox has 70 infield range, right? Chris Davis, if you tell him to guard the line, you have to literally have him stand on the third base bag.
He'll hit a home run next time he's up. It'll be fine.
There you go.
But no, I mean, okay. If you're looking for a real glove at third, I don't know how I want to define a real glove, but I have Ben Harper kind of like fifth. I have George Scales ahead of him, and Anthony Volpe and Paul Molitor, and also Diamond Jackie.
Okay, whereas I have Harper and Donaldson as my top two, because I really do want the third base defense.
Yeah,
Ben Harper the singer, no, not Ben Harper the singer. Although I will say that Ben Harper the singer might have as much range as Jimmy Fox, or certainly Chris Davis. No Ben Harper in the card shop, I'm afraid.
No, Ben Harper. I will say I think Harper is a more useful card than Donaldson because of the second base eligibility.
Yeah, and
so
even just this ability to play center means for drafts you get something. The other difference is you get a lot of base running value out of this card.
You do. So, yeah, I mean, I think probably I would give Harper a D. Not quite an F.
But I think because he has D, I think he's actually like an A.
Yeah.
No, but this is exactly the same thing we did on Donaldson, where it came down to do you believe in defense at third base, or do you think third base is basically just first base in a mirror?
Yeah.
And I guess that's really the difference, right? I see Ajax, you're asking, a Diamond League and sort of running some of the mission rewards. So if you're running Posey's fine. You'll find some upgrades pretty quickly over time. Don't run Caminiti. The best thing you can do with Caminiti is get 20k for it in the card shop and use 1k of that 20k to buy a better third baseman.
Well, I'm going to give the same advice I give to everybody. Buy Jeff Mathis.
Yes. Yeah, actually, if you're running Posey with Romo as a defensive sub, I think Romo over Posey. I'd probably start Romo of the two.
Certainly versus righties.
Yeah.
Versus lefties, Posey's maybe a little better.
Maybe, but maybe even run Hoyles the other way then if you had all the live mission rewards.
I think the answer is to go get Mathis and run Mathis Romo, but especially, I think you said you're playing a lot of iron tournaments, in which case Mathis is definitely a card you want.
Yeah, then Mathis is definitely the right upgrade.
And actually, today is one of the best times to buy Mathis there's been in some time.
Just because the spotlight packs mean that a lot of those cards are more cheaply available. I mean, really, this is what Mathis is doing to my pitching staff.
Yeah, Mathis is a good card.
He's not hitting, but nobody's perfect.
Who needs that?
Right?
Except for the perfects.
There's a reason this card's iron. Look at it. Actually, what? There's the first season I can recall that everyone has positive WAR. Usually there are a couple,
Even John Donaldson.
He has positive WAR as a hitter. So the thing about John Donaldson is, he has defensive value, but he's also a really good pinch runner.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I've sort of been playing Lofton. Well, okay, I was doing Lofton more in Perfect because I was scared of all the Griffies. In Diamond, probably Bellinger is a little better, but I think in Perfect you kind of want Lofton if you don't have Griffey, or maybe the new Sedlin.
Oh, and thanks for the follows, everyone. I see that few people are jumping in. I rock this. You're one card away from Mathis. Is it Mathis?
Sold Mathis out of principle. No.
Quick sold the goat.
Diamond, I just got Jeff Gibson and Mathis. I already have used Napoli and Simmons. Definitely Gibson, probably Mathis, but also Simmons is probably okay.
I think either. So I'm running Gibson and Mathis right now. But if you're short on bats, I don't think it's crazy to DH Gibson and run two good defensive catchers.
No, that's also reasonable. Yeah, I'm playing Gibson Martin. Who I think Martin is the second catcher you want if you're not playing
Gibson.
A
Gibson
one.
And Martin is who I was mostly running, but I just decided it would be more fun to play defense this year.
Yeah, fair enough.
We're not going to win a lot of games. I sold off some of the players that would have won me a lot of games, but I got some gloves, and if anyone wants to get me a nice defensive outfielder like I don't know, a Griffey or something, we'd probably run that too.
I've heard that card is decent.
Well, he's got good range, so it's a good it's a good defensive center fielder.
Ichiro does have more range.
Ichiro has more range, but Ichiro doesn't have an eye.
He has two eyes, in fact, in his first name.
Yeah, but you're just saying that because you don't speak Japanese.
That's true. I don't speak Japanese. It doesn't impede my understanding of how to spell his name properly.
Yes, that's the big problem. Yes.
All right. So what do we want to give Harper here? We've gotten a bit off of.
We clearly want to give Harper either an A or a D.
Yeah.
All right. We'll let chat decide. We'll let chat decide. Hold on. Ichiro can pitch. Ichiro definitely can pitch. That's true. We could definitely do this stream in Japanese sometime if people prefer. My Japanese is a bit rusty, but I did actually play some ball over there.
My Japanese would be about as good as it was at the start of the stream.
All right. Well, I see an A and a D in the chat as well.
Great. Xerxes, I think Bill Dickey's also fine at catcher in league. I don't have a problem with him. I like Mathis a little better, but Dickey Mathis is a fine pitching probably.
Oh, I missed seeing the poll results, by the way. Where did people vote that we?
Oh, I didn't see that either. I mean, I think we gave Donaldson a BC. We could probably do that again.
I really would go to bat for this card. Defense matters.
It matters in other positions.
All you need is glove. There's like a song about that.
Okay.
All right, how about a B?
Harper,
how about a B?
I would give him a B. I think the second base actually is more useful than the third base, potentially.
Yep.
But
all right. Oh, actually, now we have to speed up a little bit because we're gonna run into.
Yeah.
All right. Speed round again. Harry Brackeen. It's a really good card if not for the pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, this card would be great if not for the pitcher BABIP.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is
I
one
think
of
the
these
splitter
cards
also
where, kind of because of these funny splits, I still have him grading out okay.
I
Um,
have him. I mean, I have him what, like 10th ish among starters in high diamond, open, full diamond.
I have him even a
Um,
little bit higher. Um,
The problem is, I mean, a lot of these high diamond starters are expensive, and two of them are LEs,
yeah.
and one of them's a PTCS reward.
Yeah, and so for that reason, I think this is a little bit better. I think this is maybe like at least sort of a C just because of that. If it had pitcher
Yeah.
BABIP, it would be a lot higher.
Yeah, I think a C is probably about right for this.
Alright.
If you have, even if you have all of the non-LE PTCS diamonds, you wouldn't play this. But if you're missing some, then yeah, you would.
All right, we'll keep speed rounding. Brian Harvey. I mean, this is just the best pitcher in Diamond, right?
Best pitcher in diamond by a lot.
Yeah.
Really good pitcher.
I mean, just get yourself a Brian Harvey.
Yeah, it's a great card.
Get yourself a Brian
It's
Harvey.
great-
Get yourself a Brian Harvey. Great card. I should get myself a Brian Harvey if yeah.
Yeah, really excellent card. It goes 75 points towards the mission, which is great. Really nothing not to like about this. It's actually it has 31 stamina, but unfortunately you can't make him a starter because it only has 2 pitches.
Right. And he's got a forkball, so you know.
Yeah.
Um,
So good card here.
yeah. This is really. I don't think he's gonna play in league still.
I don't think so either, but I don't think he's that far away.
No, so he's probably like an A tier card.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I mean, this could even be. I guess it's probably an S just as there aren't enough diamond tournaments, but so it's probably an A. but
Unless you're
yeah,
gonna
it's a
run
very-
him in league, actually. Let me throw. I didn't even look at him in the league model. Let me throw him in a league model just out of curiosity.
I like him better in diamond tournaments than in league. I think in league, yeah, he's going to give up a lot of home runs, and it's harder to strike people out because a lot of these hitters have some.
Okay,
avoid
so
Ks
in
now.
league, I have him like fringy playable.
Yeah, that seems about right. I think I'm a little maybe a little below that, but yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's-
so like I have him around the 25th best pitcher or something, which is enough that you're not going to hate it if he's in the back end of your bullpen, but in a strong build, he gets squeezed out.
right. I mean, the thing is that if you are paying 100K for a diamond reliever, you're not someone who's struggling for league cards. Like,
That's true. So I think for 100K, you'll do better.
yeah,
All right, so we'll give him an A then.
yeah, I think so.
All right. Now, how about Vlad? So, love the card art. This is a big bad.
It is. It's a very big bat.
And I
It's a
like,
tricky
and
card,
I like big bats.
Yeah. Big bats are. There's a lot of home runs.
So the clear comparisons here are Lou, like the Diamond Lou that is, and Giambi, because you can only really play at most 2 of them.
Well, I think also Fox.
Well, and Fox, if you're looking at him as a platoon bat,
Yeah,
but
and even
he's a
Tiki.
2-way bat.
He is sort of. I mean, I'd certainly rather this versus lefties.
So-
and versus righties, I think he's definitely worse than both Garrick and Giambi.
Yes, but not by that much. So as a 2-way bat, I have him ahead of both Garrick and Giambi. It is close, but I have him ahead of both Garrick and Giambi. And if I do it in an open tournament, the gap grows.
I have him about tied with Giambi and a bit worse than Garrick.
Okay, so I mean, they're all going to be close.
Yeah. I also have James Wood up there with all those cards.
Yeah, but Wood I think has another like defensive home. So don't run Wood
Yeah,
at first, even though he's eligible.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I meant as a DH. I should have said that as
Yeah,
a
yeah,
bat.
Yeah.
If you include the glove, Well, this is also the best glove of the three.
It is.
Giambi
I don't
has
think
to
first
be a
base is
DH. Gehrig is sort of a bad first baseman. Vlad is a decent first baseman.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that first base defense matters so much either, as you might expect.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, the better defense is something, but I don't think that's worth a whole lot. It probably bumps him a little bit above Giambi, but I think I still have him below Gehrig as a first
I think
baseman.
it's more that Giambi, I really would hate to have to run it first. So I think I at least want an acceptable glove at first. Either of the other two is for me. Giambi,
Yeah.
I'm a little more worried.
Giambi's defense is bad, yeah.
And Fox has to be platooned, but you can platoon him with either of the lefties. You wouldn't really platoon him with Vlad, I think.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, you probably can play Fox both ways in a cap, try to save a few points. But I don't know that it's good. You can also play Fox at third.
Yeah, so because I have him just a hair better than the other two, I do have this as the best just plain bat in Diamond, and a playable bat in Open. But it's close. I think it's also a skippable bat. Because of how close it is between those three, and because you can platoon people. Like a platoon of Fox, like if you could platoon Fox and Morgan, that's a better bat than Vlad. But it costs you 2 spots.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess this is probably like a B, maybe?
I don't know. It feels weird for me. So I really wanted to make this like an S+++ tier card for one simple reason, which is it means I can take Giambi out of my lineup and I'm not playing the Yankee anymore.
Okay.
But I guess that doesn't really count.
A Blue Jay is really that much better
than a Yankee? Yes.
All right.
But I mean, I do think if this is really the new best bat, I think it probably is a bit higher.
Yeah, I think I would generally still rather Gehrig. So I guess he's also a Yankee.
So that's right. Either. He's also a Yankee.
He's an old Yankee. It's a little better, right?
It's a little better.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's a playable first baseman. I don't think it's kind of any kind of like necessary card, especially because like again, I don't know how many lefties you're going to end up seeing in Open Diamond.
Well, I think the other nice thing is because Giambi is still really expensive. I think if you were considering Giambi, you can just skip him and get Vlad.
Yeah, if Vlad is cheaper than Giambi, which I guess it looks like he is right now, then probably, yeah, Vlad is a better thing to buy.
Well, he definitely is right now. We don't know if he'll be cheaper than Giambi kind of when it all shakes out after the spotlight packs are done.
Yeah, we have no idea what the mission situation is going to be like for any of these cards. They're kind of these weird one-off kind of releases.
Yeah.
So, maybe there's some spec to be had there, but probably not given the way the missions have gone.
Yeah, pre-Steinbrenner Yankees are not all bad. It's sort of like, the Yankee fans that became Yankee fans just when they were good, that's one thing. Like, I feel like if you're a Yankee fan and you can name the shortstop who they had before Derek Jeter, that's fine with me.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough.
All right, so Vlad, how about maybe go down the middle, give him A?
Yeah, I think A is fine.
All right, and finally we've got real rapid fire. We got 4 of these perfects. And then we got to grade our thing and hopefully rate and edition it. So Johnny Mize, this card's just worse than Vlad, right?
Well, I think the big problem with Johnny Mize is not actually Vlad. So I have...
Well, it's also worse than Giambi and Lou.
I have Mize about equal to Gehrig.
Diamond, you mean?
Yes. The problem for Mize is that he has the identical eligibility to the 100 Gehrig. Same era, same card type, same position, same overall. So there is basically no world in which you ever play Mize, because you'll always prefer to play 100 Gehrig.
Right.
And if you're someone who is doing these missions at this point, you have 100 Gehrig already.
Yes.
And so as a result, Miles is just not. I mean, if you can buy this card for 90K and you're trying to like stick around in Diamond, then maybe it's decent. I don't know. Probably
If you can buy this card for
Diamond Gary.
90K and you're trying to stick around in Diamond, you can buy Vlad for 90K instead,
Yeah, or Diamond Garrick.
or Diamond Garrick.
One of those. Yeah. So yeah, I think Mize just is kind of a victim of release timing. If this had been released before Garrick, this would have been a card a lot of people would have been really interested in playing. As it is, it's just kind of it's a bit behind.
But maybe give him a D for draft because you would draft this card if it's what you get.
Yeah, it's a decent draft card.
All right. How about Fred? Is Diamond Garrick down to 90K? Let's find out.
I think he's a little. I think he's like 120, so it's a bit higher than that.
135 last 10. You know, we'll see where that comes out.
Yeah. The thing is that of course you get extra eligibility with this Diamond Garrick, so it's a more useful card to own than the Mize.
And you get a perfect pack back.
Yeah, you do. That's true. If you're convinced you're going to keep it for a long time.
All right. Let's see. What do we got next here? So Fred Lynn, mission reward, Splitty.
Very splitty.
Definitely not who I want in my park, just because of that.
No.
But you're getting 92 range for 3-position outfielder. I mean, actually, the card this reminds me a lot of is Bellinger, except.
And I think it's a.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, no, I think it's just a lot better than Bellinger.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better, and you get left field eligibility.
Yeah. Well, and left and right, and you get. Oh, you got Bellinger right too. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a card that against righties you definitely want. Even in center, you know, despite all the Gribbies running around, he probably hits enough to play there. And left and right, he's
I don't
very
think
strong.
so. I mean, I think the problem is. So I do think the problem is if you have Griffey and Mantle, then you're not getting much value out of this card. You might still try to run him one way. You know, maybe you run him in right or something.
I mean,
versus right.
I don't think you're ever playing this card versus lefties, and this is not a versus left card. This is a pure platoon card.
Yeah, so I think you run him maybe in right one way if you have really a full build.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I think my 3 outfielders at the moment, if I could choose any 3, would be Yaz left, Ichiro center, Griffey right, Mantle DH.
I like that, except that Ichiro shouldn't be anywhere near a team.
Okay, well, we disagree on that card. Of course, I just named about 7 million points of cards. Or whatever, not 7 million, but 6 million, 5 million, whatever it is, a lot. So very few teams can afford all that and find one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is. I mean, to me, this is like the perfectly frustrating mission reward, where they release something immediately that's better than Ichiro, but worse than Griffey, which is like exactly the spot that you don't want to end up in.
I have Ichiro quite a lot better than this in center field. I have Lynn better in the corners.
Yeah. If there were an I in Ichiro.
But yeah, I mean, I think basically for teams without exactly Yaz, Griffey, and Ichiro, running Lynn one way in your outfield is like a quite good thing to do in most parks. Obviously not yours, but you know, any kind of neutral thing or home run booster or whatever.
Right.
But it's a card that is, you know, it is a probably somewhat limited time frame because it cannot play the other way, and it's, you know, it's not going to take a huge amount to, like, as soon as this is worse than one other card in the outfield, it's probably going to see its use decline a whole lot.
Yeah. All right. So where do you put this?
Maybe B.
All right, that's fair. Sure. All right. Got 5 minutes, and we got to get everything wrapped up. Carl Hubble. You know, the ones we had before had big reverse splits. This one doesn't, even though there's a screwball. It's just kind of another. I just have as just another to add to the mix of like perfectly cromulent starters.
We have
But
this giant tier of cards that after Koufax and Page, like Koufax, then Page, then it's now a very wide tier behind them. Maybe 10 starters or something. I don't know.
yeah, I have this probably toward the bottom part of that, but
Yeah, I mean you have Tudor, you have Pollitt, you have Hubble, you have Maddox, Joss.
yeah, so I'd much rather
Scherzer,
run
Greinke,
Tudor,
Logan.
and I'd much rather run Pollitt. But they're all sort of getting
Yeah,
maybe
I have all of those cards all about the same. Fergie Jenkins I have in there too, which I think you probably don't like as much. It's a Grover Cleveland Alexander. It's really a big tier now. It is nice that we have actually a decent mix of righties and lefties in there. The lefties are pretty expensive, a lot of them,
right.
but you can definitely find now.
Yeah,
four
I
lefties
definitely
that
don't
aren't
think,
okay.
right now it costs you more to complete this mission than it does, I think, to go buy Pollitt. And I'd much rather buy Pollitt if you had that choice.
It does. You do get Lynn back as well, who you can play in Mize. You can sell for how much it is, 80K or whatever.
Okay, so maybe it ends up okay if you're going to sell all those rewards.
Yeah, well, I think you can play Lynn right now. So I think there are parts where, especially if you're not a Griffey haver, that Lynn is actually a pretty useful card for the moment, at least.
Yeah, that's fair.
And you can lock, for example, Brian Harvey and.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I had Hubble, I would run him somewhere out of the pen probably.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what we want to give all the cards in this giant tier at this point.
I think the answer is they all progressively get worse as more of them come out, and that's probably where this is.
Yeah.
And I think this is on the low end of that tier.
Yeah, I don't really know that I'm like I think picking between that tier is just build dependent. I don't know that there's a right answer.
Maybe I could see.
Yeah, I think I would give it a B probably. I mean, those cards are expensive; they're not all easy to find.
How about a B minus?
Sure.
All right. And finally, we got Paul Skeens. So, as a catcher, probably unplayable. How about as a pitcher?
I mean, for League, I have him kind of below that big tier we just talked about.
Yeah, I have him, so somewhere, I think I've got him 13th or something as a starter. Because I'm a little more willing to run some of these guys on the wrong side of their splits and find ways to play games with it. He actually fits my park pretty well. So in my park, he's almost runnable. I think I'd rather run Fergie in my park.
Probably, yes. I would say the catcher is maybe sometimes useful someplace, like in a draft or in some kind of...
Yeah, so that's true. So in a draft, that's nice. The other thing is... his eligibilities, I think, are much better just in terms of the tournaments that are available. And so I think that maybe bumps him up a little bit from where he would have been. I think this would have been like a sort of C or D, and I think just the eligibility probably bumps him up a little bit.
Yeah, I think I probably would have given it a D and then maybe a C with the OTP. I feel like now I'd rather buy Scherzer and Greinke than this.
I would, but I think that we also had those cards a little bit ahead. Yeah, all right, we can give it a C.
Yeah, I think it's a C probably.
All right, so let's do that. So to wrap up, couple things. Yeah, I think there are a few things we do want to mention in wrapping up. But first off, so you figure out who gets the packs. What is your card of the set? So what is your best card of the set here? Our S tiers. There was a Charlie Lee. There was the Shigi Hasegawa. Hal Wodashik. Really liked our pitchers this time around. I think those are probably the three candidates. I still would have voted for Vlad, but maybe I'm thinking Shiggy.
Yeah, I think it's Shiggy.
All right, we're gonna give it to Shigetoshi Hasegawa.
I think Lee is a close second.
Yeah, and worst card of the set. I really want to go Alomar.
I think we could probably take either Brooks or Alomar. I think basically it's the same idea. So.
All right, you know what? Let's do this. Let's score both Lee and Hasegawa as winners, and let's score both Brooks and Alomar.
I like that.
All right, and then we'll see. All right, opening it up. Let's see what we got here. I think we got a winner. I don't think anybody picked the F tier card. But
Does not look like anyone picked any of the
But we
FT
had
card.
one Charlie Lee, so I think that is going to be our winner.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Well, did anyone get a? Oh, it's a tiebreaker. Yeah.
It's a tiebreaker. Yep.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
I think it's Charlie Lee.
All right. So congratulations to Evil Smokey Bear. If you're in the chat, please DM me the username that you want, and we'll figure it out from there, or hit me up on Discord, and we'll kind of go from there. We're gonna get ready to raid into Dishnet, but
I do want to.
yeah.
I want to give extra credit to Hawkmoon, who posted the length of stream 5.5 hours, but we won't get through everything we want to.
Absolutely spot on. I should see if anyone hit the tiebreaker. Did anyone get one of the cards we drafted?
Let's see.
Doesn't look like it.
No, doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it.
That's probably harder to hit than
I would say Rob Deer in the Headlights and Crash SF Giants, 418 and 420. We've been swimming 419. So very nice job on the time there.
Yes. Well done. And then so finally, I did kind of want to just bring up one other thing, I'm happy to take advice on during the week. So just on my end, I think the way this cycle's gone, I've kind of decided I'm going to sort of step back and stop playing competitively. I'll probably keep entering stuff. There's no reason not to. I think I'm already qualified for PTMS, so I'll probably, put a team in for that. But I'm really, not having a lot of fun with where things are going at the moment, and probably going to pull back from doing this competitively. So, I think one thing I want to get a sense of, if there's interest in continuing to do the stream, I think I'm willing to do that for a while. But at the same time, I do think part of kind of keeping something like this as a quality stream is, having a decent knowledge of like the meta and where that's going. So.
Yeah, I mean, I really definitely understand where you're coming from. I mean, I think, yeah, there's a lot that's been left on the table in terms of how this cycle could have gone, certainly.
I just think,
yeah.
I think basically for kind of some of the reasons we've discussed, I think it's something where, I think as much as there are some things that I do well as a manager in this game, I think I've kind of concluded that the game is set up in a way that doesn't really make it playable competitively for me. I certainly, respect the people who feel differently and still want to take a shot at it as a free-to-play player, and I know you're one of them. It sounds like you're going to keep going at least for a little bit. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone cares, but I'm kind of the, I'd say I'm evaluating the kind of thing. My plan is to play through PTMS 1 and then decide if I want to go on to the second half of the year. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely, things have made a lot more difficult this year in a way that is not a fun kind of difficult. It's just a very frustrating and sort of bash your head into a wall kind of difficult. And I like when it's difficult in a way that makes you think and rewards good managing, but this is difficult in a way that just makes you feel like you
and also really just at the baseball side of it, I think, the way Pitcher BABIP kind of has been implemented, I think also just as a baseball sim, it's not something I'm enjoying. Kind of some of the departure from reality and the choices that were made, for understandable gameplay reasons. But yeah, so I think that's where I'm at. And what I did want to do, I want to raid into Dishnet and kind of, see how everyone does with Twipt. But I guess the thing I wanted to get a sense of, maybe people can let me know during the week or something, if it turns out that I'm not really following the competitive meta, but that doesn't change anything we do with running a model. The model, you can hand me a completely different, like card list, and I can run it and rate cards. Does it make sense to kind of try to continue doing that, or does it make more sense kind of for me to see if I can find someone that is playing competitively that would want to take over the slot? And maybe that's one to kind of think about a little bit. So anyway, let's raid into DishNet. So yeah, thanks as always for coming on. I can definitely promise that either way, we will do the rest of the tournament stream at some point.
Yeah, maybe we can try to find time this weekend or something. Get to it, or next week, I guess.
So
yeah. And actually, I did sort of inspired by our community. They start up an alt for the first time of the cycle. So maybe we can discuss how that went also at some point.
We could do that. We could do like an alt off sort of thing. Yeah, I've been thinking about trying to just at least take this and make a theme team or something. The problem is that's where I was saying the baseball side of it's also something that's been an issue for me. Like I kind of liked the idea of some of the historical baseball stuff. It's a really cool thing that we've had in PT in the past.
Yeah.
And the pitcher BABIP implementation makes it a little bit tough to get that part to work.
I do think it's not even only the pitcher BABIP, because a lot of the way that cards have been made this year has actually, in trying to make them more specific to the year they came from, made them less realistic in how the players actually were.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Or also just some of the sets, like the Baseball Reference one that was intentionally a departure from, kind of historical accuracy. So
yeah.
Anyway, let's raid into DishNet. Happy to kind of get some advice on that. But thanks again, as always, and congratulations to Montero Don and Evil Smokey Bear. So yeah. Yeah, and thanks again, everyone, and we'll definitely see you for at least one future stream. So, all right, let's set up a raid. And good luck to anybody who is playing Twipt, unless you're playing us, because we totally need to actually win a couple games this time around.
Yeah, so I think we're like one game in 4 tournaments or something.
All right, I at least want to outlast all the other streamers. We've got to outlast DishNet and, All right.
Yeah.
Good luck, everyone. See you later.